Present.
Council members Barnacle,
Here.
Fisher,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
King,
Here.
McDonald,
Here.
and Posake.
Here.
All members are present.
Okay, thank you. And we will now do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. Agenda changes and deletions to the current agenda. I'd like to move item 2, approval of the minutes for March 9th, 7th meeting to after the consent calendar, excuse me, as we will be voting in the consent calendar on an issue that was an error in the March 7th meeting that I made. So if there's no objections, we will make that change to today's agenda. And now we are going to go on to the public hearing. And I would like to announce that Maria Galvez and Monica Padilla will be interpreting for Spanish-speaking listeners for this first item only. And we will start off the public hearing on election districts and district election sequencing for the Petaluma district-based elections. And we will kick that off with our city attorney, Eric Danley.
And Madam Mayor, real quickly, Monica, one of our interpreters, is going to explain in Spanish how to join the Spanish session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening. My name is Monica Aparicio, and my colleague Maria Galvez and I will be interpreters this evening. We will now instruct those requiring Spanish interpretation how to access the Spanish channel. Buenas noches, mi nombre es Mónica Aparicio y mi colega María Galvez y yo seremos las intérpretes de esta noche. Ahora les instruiremos cómo tener acceso al canal de interpretación en español. En la parte baja de su pantalla van a ver 3 puntos cuando enciendan la interpretación simultánea, 3 puntos o el icono de un globo del mundo. Entonces tiene que presionar ahí, elegir interpretación de idiomas y elegir el idioma en español. Gracias. Thank you. And I would like to please remind the panelists to please speak slowly so that we can truly and accurate interpret everything that you are saying. Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize for having said your name incorrectly.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay, so Eric, you get to be the first person to speak slowly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Staff, members of the public, tonight we have an important hearing almost at the end of the city's district election transition process. Tonight, I'm going to talk a little bit about what's before the City Council based on the information we've included in the staff report. And I'll touch on a little bit on the contents of that. And Chris Chaffee with Redistricting Partners has brought up the slides for tonight already. I'll be talking about the first few, and then as we did at the last hearing, Chris will walk us through some additional slides on the focus of tonight's hearing, which is on final selection of the map, the districting map that the redistricting with the district elections ordinance will incorporate. And then very importantly, the sequencing, the order in which the election districts will be voting, which will be codified and entered into the district elections ordinance and incorporated with it along with the map. In terms of the materials in the agenda report, we've shared the map known as IC2 that the council selected. We've provided what's called the ALICE information, the demographic and other information, including the total population deviation in that district plan. And then we've talked about the focus of tonight's meeting, which is on setting the sequencing of district elections in Petaluma and the factors to consider in that are set forth in the California Voting Rights Act. To guide that selection, we've included, as the council had requested, voting history information to help the council with its decision as to which district should vote in which elections, meaning in the midterm elections or the presidential elections, and how that can affect voter turnout. We've also included summary of charter provisions in the city's charter that relate to elections and that are also addressed in the district elections ordinances that we've included. We also included in the staff report a little discussion of some feedback we received from the member of the public that provided the IC2 map regarding what he characterized as an error in the map, but that I believe was in the shape files that we got to share with Chris at Redistricting Partners. In response to that, what Chris has done is created an amended version of IC2 that addresses that issue, and Chris will describe what it is a little bit more. And we've posted that amended map so that a council may choose which one it would like to incorporate into the district elections ordinance, and do so compliant with the noticing requirements of the California Voting Rights Act. So with that as background on what's in the staff report materials, I'll start on the first few slides, and thanks for bringing those up, Chris. We're going to cover, thank you. We'll be covering districting and the districting principles we'll talk about that guide those determinations. Final map selection, because as I mentioned, the district elections ordinance is going to incorporate the final map and also the description of the final map, the verbal description of its boundaries, and it'll set the election sequencing. We'll actually fill in some blanks in the district elections ordinance that the council chooses that will set the sequence. Next slide, please, Chris. Thank you. So we've seen this before a number of times, but just to recap, an important consideration that has to do with the Federal Voting Rights Act versus the California Voting Rights Act, and the questions of demographics and protected class voters voting history was a critical decision about whether or not to transition to district elections. That decision's been made, and now that it has, federal law prohibits race being the basis for designing the district boundaries. So we're supposed to focus instead on the guiding factors in the Voting Rights Act of California. Would like to do the next slide, Chris. That covers what I just mentioned. Race cannot be the primary factor now that the decision to transition to district elections has been made. And if you go to the next slide, Chris. So here are the factors under state law that we have to be sure and to satisfy, and that the district maps that the council has before it do satisfy. Substantially equal sized districts that are contiguous, that respect communities of interest that the members of the public have identified in the hearings to date and the council has discussed. They've got to be understandable, reasonably compact. Next slide, please. And so I think that then it's Chris's turn to walk us through the rest of the slide presentation, after which we'll hear questions from the council and then from the public and receive direction from the council, and we'll be happy to answer further questions of the council and the public at that time. So thank you, Chris, and take it away, please.
Thank you, Mr. Danley. And again, as Eric pointed out already, this is the draft plan 2 from IC2 that was presented and passed or moved forward to this hearing by the city council in the last hearing. There was that error that was pointed out by a member of the public, and I think you can faintly see it. It's basically a portion of Highway 101 that is a divider between districts A and D, but it was for some reason included into District F. So there's this like 0 populated island of 101 in F. That's the amendment, is moving that island into D and then using basically the Highway 101 as the divider between F and D, all from this northern point all the way down to the city of Petaluma's district boundary. So that's the amendment. It's a stretch of 101 that is unpopulated. If the council's interested, I have Maptitude up and I can show you the specific census blocks that are at issue with the amended map. But again, it's unpopulated and doesn't really affect the overall populations or demographics. So this is the data table that you've all become used to, I guess, at this point. This plan has a total deviation of 2.7% with District 1 or District D at slightly overpopulated by 112 people or 1.1%, and District F underpopulated by 163 people or 1.6%. And the absolute values of those two is 2.7. So that's your total deviation. You're well below that 10% total deviation that the courts have given local agencies leeway to use. And I think the biggest question before you tonight is election sequencing, or when each of these districts come up for election next. And the CVRA gives us some guidance on how to decide on election sequencing. And it's from Election Code Section 110, subsection B. The subsection is before you on the slide. And I've highlighted really the dividing or the guiding principle. The governing body shall give special consideration to the purposes of this California Voting Rights Act of 2001, excuse me. And I should have highlighted this last statement, and it shall take into account the preferences expressed by members of the districts. And if we think about what the California Voting Rights Act calls for, it's really a measure, its purpose was to eliminate minority voting dilution, or in another way of phrasing that is to allow minority voters greater opportunity to elect their candidates of choice. That's really the purpose that undergirds the CVRA, and something that should be a guiding principle, along with the public input that you received tonight on how to sequence the 6 districts that you've drawn. And so one of the things that we wanted to do was present some demographic information about each of these districts, A through F, showing the citizen voting age population of each for the minority groups and the protected classes within the city of Petaluma. So in this slide, you can see this is something taken from that data table again, but just honed down for you in one slide here. You can see that districts A, D, and F have the highest Latino CVAP of the 6. A at 18.3, D at 21.1, that's the highest level, and District F at 19.2. You can also see that this column where I've noted Latino growth, this is looking back. This CVAP is the 15-19 citizen voting age population, and I looked back to the 610 CVAP data to see how the growth had occurred of the citizen voting age population by Latinos. And you can see that the growth is also greatest in those 3 districts, in A, D, and F in this column. And then because the idea of the CVRA is to help minorities elect their candidates of choice, we can look to turnout data or vote share by election to also see where there's a greater turnout of the protected classes. And I think really in Petaluma's case, again, it's the Latino population. And so you can look back at 2020, where you can see the vote shares. Again, the largest vote share for the Latino population is 15.1% in A, District D at 16%, and District F at 8.9%. Now, what we're looking for here is, as we move down into 2018, is there a decrease in the turnout of Latinos? Because we're between presidential and gubernatorial elections, historically, statewide, you often, or actually you always see a decrease. I shouldn't say always. You almost always see a decrease in minority voting share and voter turnout between gubernatorial elections and presidential elections. So in 2020, you can see that, let's just use District A as an example. District A Latino vote share was 15.1% of the electorate. In 2018, in a gubernatorial election, it was 12.4%. And then if we look again to the 2016 election, another presidential, you can see again that the Latino vote share was 13.6. So in both instances, the electorate, the vote share of the Latino population in the 2020 and 2016 elections were higher than in the 2018 election, which was a gubernatorial. And this is true in every district, A through F. You'll see a higher Latino turnout in the presidential years versus the gubernatorial years. So this is some of the data that we thought would be helpful in making your sequencing decisions. So the next thing before you is really to decide on that election sequencing per district, and then to decide between the two different ordinances before you, Attachment 1 and Attachment 2. Attachment 1 is the one with that island of 101 in District F. Just Attachment 2 makes that correction. So 101 moves into District D. So it becomes the hard border between both A, F, and D. That's the end of my prepared presentation. But again, I'm here to answer questions from the council.
Okay, thank you. I think this, probably should be a few, and I see Councilmember Healy has his hand up, so let's start with him.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So could you go back a couple slides? Chris, you had one with the 2020 general election vote. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. And I've been puzzling over this for a while, and I can't come up with an answer. Why is the total vote in District E 2,000 votes below the average of the others? I can't think of any reason looking at District E why that would be the case. And when I see an anomaly of that magnitude, it makes me question whether there's something wrong going on here.
This is data that we've taken from Political Data Inc. And placed into the geographies of the districts. This is the data that we've used statewide, and that most demographers use when they look at voting elections.
I mean, if you look at District E, it's the lowest Hispanic proportion district of all six. I've walked those precincts, I know them. It's a very high turnout area relative to others. This result just makes no intuitive sense to me.
I mean, maybe there's less registered voters in District E than the rest of the city. I don't know. No, I don't have an answer for you. This is the data that we've used, the data set that we've used in over 100 agencies. So we've checked it. It's valid throughout the state. Maybe there's an error in Petaluma, but I don't think so.
I mean, it's a highly engaged neighborhood. I just can't imagine that data is accurate. So anyway, that's my comment. If you don't have an answer, you don't have an answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you stop sharing the screen so I can see the,
I'm sorry.
that's okay. That's all right. It just is difficult to see who has their hand up. Okay, so are there other questions from this oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Fisher.
No, I just put my hand up. So quick question. So we couldn't use racial demographics when creating the maps, but we can in deciding the sequencing. Is that accurate?
Well,
Yes. Go ahead,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Johnson.
Why don't you go ahead, Chris, and I'll follow up.
I would say that you can use it as one of the factors in deciding the sequencing. It shouldn't be, again, a predominant factor because we don't want to break or violate the Reno decision where race can't be the predominant factor in a redistricting decision unless you're falling under Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act. That's why we're providing additional data other than just the citizen voting age demographic data. We're also looking at turnout data so that can also inform your decision. So I think it's a balancing of those data sets, but also again looking back to the statute, also listening to the commentary from the public on where they think the district numbering or sequencing should come from.
And shouldn't we be taking into consideration those districts who haven't traditionally been represented?
I think that can be an additional factor, yes.
Okay.
Or
Thank you.
particularly to the extent that that's been a consideration on the part of the citizenry.
Right.
Who are going to be, who make up the districts.
Yeah. Seems to be a primary consideration. Thank you.
Then that's a great community of interest consideration.
Thank you. Councilmember King, followed by Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you. I have a question. On page 6, the data lists the share of the total electorate by a total number and then some percentage. And I'm not sure if this is something we are not permitted to consider, or I just said, but my question is there a share of the Latinx electorate, within itself that votes in mid-year versus presidential election as compared to a percentage of the total electorate?
So the three tables on page 6 show the vote share by minority group, and then the other is the Caucasian non-protected class for the city.
No, I understand that. My question though is, and maybe it's in the data already. For example, on the very first line, it's 15.1% in District A Latino. That's 15.1% of the total electorate, correct?
Correct.
All right. My question though is there a breakdown of the percentage of the Latinx vote contained within the Latinx vote differential between midterm and presidential elections? I'm not sure if I saw it, but.
So if you compare like District A's Latinx vote share, it's 15.1% in 2020, and then in 2018 it's 12.4. So that's the drop, right? It's like a 2.7% decrease in the vote share of the Latino population or the Latino electorate based on surname data, and then it goes up when you look at the 2016 presidential outcome election. It's 13.6. So that is 1.2% higher, right, than the midterm of 18.
Yeah,
so
I do understand that. I just was asking, I think, a different question.
There really isn't a way. I mean, it's really difficult to slice the Latinx up into another data set. There are ways to look at where people were born, like countries, and there's other ways to dissect the Latinx data set, but it gets really complicated. And I think normally what the courts do is they'll look to the Latinx community as a whole, the Asian community as a whole, the African American community as a whole, when they're comparing vote shares or turnouts, because of that difficulty in really having enough data set points to have a good understanding of what the differences are within the Latinx community, for example.
Okay, so this is well, I guess this is the best data we have. And I have a bunch of other comments, and I'll save those for after public comment. But one, I will say now, I have to also comment on District E. I live there. That's extremely, I have to tell you, I just don't buy it. I mean, not only have I walked those precincts, I've walked those streets and driven those streets. And unless there's a whole pile of people putting out yard signs that aren't voting, I'm sorry, I just can't, I just don't buy those numbers. There's something off.
Council, thank you for that. Chris, I'm wondering, is it possible in the background to double check the source as to that district? Just to make sure
it's the same source.
No, I know the data set's the same, and I'm not questioning the data set. I think they probably had to get copied or pasted or something into the table, and I'm wondering if anybody on the team is able to just check that.
I'll check right now.
Source, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, the percentages total may be fine, and in which case we're fine, but I mean, just to give you an example, 10 more people voted in a mid-year election, according to this data, than in a presidential election, and a presidential election involving Donald Trump to boot. And I'm not saying that my district voted in favor of Donald Trump, the opposite, actually, by far. So I'll stop there.
So it sounds like Chris is able to double check at least as to the data source and what's in the chart. And thank you for doing that, Chris. It looks like Councilmember Barnacle also has.
Okay, yeah, I'll go there. I just was waiting see if Chris had anything to say, but I guess not at this point. Yes, Councilmember Barnacle.
Definitely uplift the questions about the data that's in there. I know when you look at yard signs, it's a forest of yard signs in that area, and much more than other districts in the city. So please do check on that. My question is, like in one respect, if we're trying to, create opportunities for minority voters, it would seem that E and F make the most sense to go first, maybe, because they are the small and in an off presidential year. But that seems to fly in the face of why we're doing this. And I'm just wondering if you can talk a little bit about that. Like, it would be pretty inappropriate for us to pick District E and F to go first in this. Would you agree with that? I don't know who that's directed to, but
I'm going to think it's directed at Chris Chafee, since that would be the objective source here.
Well, okay. And I'll start with that, Chris, if you're still looking up the answer, and I, based on my own review of the charts, I want to mention one thing that may be pertinent, may not, because this involves numbers, and I'm famously not good at them. But to start, I think, Councilmember Barnacle, I think that really the key consideration is what the council's objective is. There's a number of legitimate objectives. We've talked about the purposes of the CVRA, and that's pretty clear, and Chris has expressed it very well in terms of increasing the opportunity for protected class voters to support candidates of their choice for city council. but there are other legitimate considerations related to communities of interest. One might be representation, geographic representation in the city. The reason that the council requested and staff have provided information about differences in voter turnouts between midterm elections and presidential elections is because that's a consideration in terms of, you know, when members of the voting public come out and when they don't, in terms of their chances for selecting candidates. So it's really, you know, it's the council's, you know, policy objectives given the requirements and the purposes of the CVRA. And one thing I wanted to mention, and maybe I'm misreading this with respect to the charter page 6 of the staff report and District E, is it has far and away the highest total voter turnout, I think, if I'm reading things correctly, which would support active participation on the part of the registered voters in that district, but it also seems to show a lower number of voters. Very high turnout on a percentage basis, but a lower number of voters. And I'm not sure what that's attributable to in terms of maybe the age or what. And Chris may know better, others may know better in terms of interpreting those numbers. So I don't know if though that's given you enough time to just double check that one, Chris. And if it hasn't, we'll continue and you can let us know when you're ready. And I don't know if my reading is right in terms of the total percentage turnout of the districts, and E being, you know, notably higher, almost by 10 points in some cases than the others.
Okay, so let me ask Chris if he's ready to comment at this time, or if he wants us to go to public comment and come back to him.
So what I have Maptitude up, and I just wanted to show the total votes from 2018 and 2020 to make sure they're all viewable with. Just give me, sorry, let me move the columns over. Oops. So this is the Petaluma public map submission 2, and you can see this is the PPA population. These are the vote counts, 2018 G and the 2020 G counts. And you can see District E at 2516, and which is, so the vote counts are based on precincts, and precincts don't align to census blocks. So what happens is there's an assignment. This data table actually comes from the statewide database and then processed by PDI, and then we use it, and it's actually the same database that the statewide commission used in their process. And so that's why you have a decimal point for the vote counts, is because they have to assign precincts to overlapping census blocks, and they don't completely line up. But you can see here that District E in this data table in 2018 had 2,517 people, which is the same number on your on the data table and in the staff report. And then in 2020, it had 3,165 people because it rounds up, which is the same number on the staff report. I can pull in the 2016 data table, but it was the same as well.
Okay, I don't think you need to pull in the other table. We just find it curious, but I'm not certain how it would impact our decision making right now. because if it is in error, we don't know if it's in error in a way that skews the minority percentages or not. Including all of the different Asian, Black, and Latinx votes. So let's move on in this discussion and see if there are any other questions. Following on Councilmember Barnacle's question, I was probably the spreader of misinformation in that I thought I had read or heard that if we have sitting people on the council whose terms are not up in 2022, that those districts would not be available for people to run in. And it turns out that I'm absolutely wrong about that. The city attorney has notified me. But again, it does not make sense to me to be using districts E and F, which are the districts in which the sitting council members who will be on the council until 2024, no matter what, to have the election include people from those districts. People run for those districts. So it just doesn't seem right, because it precludes those people then from running again, should they want to, in 2024, because someone will be in their seat. And I know that has, it just doesn't seem on a fairness basis right to me. But it also, I just don't see the point in it. But at any rate, it's not the issue before us. And if there aren't any other questions from council members at this point, I'm going to go to open the public hearing. And we now have 72 people in attendance at this meeting. So I will ask Aaron if he will see if there's any, actually, before I go to Aaron, I'll ask our city clerk to see if she's received any correspondence on this item.
Madam Mayor, the city received 2 public comments that have been posted online.
Okay, thank you very much. And Aaron, I will open public comment, and you'll see if there's anybody in the Zoom audience who would like to speak on this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Those wishing to participate in public comment must raise their virtual hand and wait to be called on by the moderator. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. And the first speaker that we have is Patrick Flower. Patrick, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Yes, I just have a quick question. Of the current 6 council members, which district are you currently in, if any? Or is it at large, meaning I don't necessarily have a district, but it would be nice to know for the next election, which district are you in? And that's it.
Thank you. The next speaker that we have is Rakusan. Rakusan, I will now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you. And just to follow up on this, and maybe this is me missing something here, but in a district where there are 2 sitting council members, let's say this is District A has 2 sitting council members, District B has none, and it's decided District B will now elect someone. Does someone from District A have to step down in order not to go over a certain number of city council members? Basically, how those determinations are made. It sounds like there's a lot of questions in that vein. How those determinations are made when one of the new districts will have multiple members. Would it be based on how much time, I guess, they have left to serve? Would you kind of allow more council members than the 6 or 7 just for that period? Any insight into that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker that we have is Rick Dusty. Rick, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Good evening, thank you. So my only comment is that this cycle should be for either A, B, or C. Because they don't have any representation now. And I think that in the sequencing, those are the three that should be up for election in this November election. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker that we have is Janice Cater Thompson. Janice, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Well, thank you. I kind of like A, B, and D. I don't think there's ever been, well, for a long time, there has not been representation in these areas. And one other thing, which is off topic, but maybe the council should start considering term limits. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker that we have is Taryn Obaid. Taryn, I'll now allow you to speak. You can mute yourself and begin.
Hi, thank you. I just want to vote for putting the districts A, B, and D up for election because I agree they haven't had representation. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. And Madam Mayor, that is the last public commenter we have.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will close public comment. And I can just answer a couple of those questions. There is the council members all live in either District E or F. And so there are 4 districts, A, B, C, and D, that do not have a council member who will be on the or is on the council now, or will be on the council for the next 2 years, as 3 of the council members, Councilmember Healy, Councilmember Barnacle, and Councilmember Posake, will all be continuing until through the 24th election, the election in 24. And no one has to step down if there is an election and someone is in that district. They just serve out their term as an at-large council member until 2024. So with that, I'm going to go back to the council and start getting some comments. And I'll start with Councilmember Barnacle and then go to Councilmember Healy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'll start and I say that I don't think that we should have a district where we have a sitting council member starting. I know that sort of probably favors, it looks like it favors me, but I think it probably makes sense for us to not fill the council with more people from the 2 districts that already have the most representation, even though by a voter turnout basis, it does appear that there's more people coming in. And then after that, I think that we should go with the districts that have gone the longest without having representation. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy, followed by Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you. So it seems to me there's a short-term perspective and then a longer-term perspective. And I think the short-term perspective is which, there's 4 districts that haven't had representation for at least 1 year. But then the longer-term perspective is which configuration is going to benefit the folks we're trying to increase the voice of the most. And based on that, I think we really need to want to focus on putting districts with the most propensity to have voter turnoff between presidential and gubernatorial elections into the presidential cycle, because they're going to stay in that cycle for decades going forward. And so we're not doing anyone any favors just to give them a 2-year jump on getting someone on the council from that district, if that's going to dilute the minority vote in those districts, going forward for decades to come. So I would strongly support putting districts A and D in the presidential election cycle. I would note that D is entirely on the east side. A is probably 3/4 on the east side. If you look at it on the map, it looks like more of it is on the west side, but that includes, you know, the fairgrounds and the Target Shopping Center, which have 0 population. The real population in A, it's split, but the real population in A is on the east side. And so I would have D and A go in the presidential cycle. And then I would choose either E or F to go in the presidential cycle as well. It doesn't really matter which one, but that way you have basically 2 east side precincts and 1 west side precinct going forward in each cycle, going forward, as opposed to having, you know, all 3 east side precincts and then 3 west side or 2.5 west side precincts, and that being the pattern. I don't think that's healthy for the community in the long run. So anyway, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett. I'm actually in agreement with Councilmember Barnacle for the same thinking process in terms of who's currently represented. And so I'm willing to vote myself out of a seat tonight because I do think that having 3 council members at large from E and F, that it would be really unfair to this process to have those 2 districts up for either one of those districts up for election. And my preference would be to have A, B, and D, because those haven't been represented for the years that I know about. So it'd be my choice.
Thank you very much. I will jump in at this point to say that I agree with both Councilmember Barnacle and Fisher. And I also agree with Councilmember Fisher on A, B, and D. I do think that when people have the motivation to vote for someone in their particular district, that may overwhelm a ennui of not going out because it's not the presidential election. So I think that we can, in some ways, counterbalance the fact that that people will feel more engaged in the election and come out in those lower turnout times. And I would certainly want to work to that end. Other council members want to weigh in on this? Vice Mayor Postgate.
Yeah, I think there are reasons for almost any way we go, but I tend to agree with getting representation into the areas that have had least most recently, and am in agreement with starting with A, B, and D.
Thank you. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate the comments from the 5 members of the public as well as the 5 preceding comments. I have a little bit different view of this in that I think that this is a decision that goes beyond 2022 or 2024, and this will be the cycle that goes probably in perpetuity until there's some change in how we vote council members in some distant time, long after probably all of us are off the council. So my suggestion, which doesn't seem like it's going to go forward, would be to have 1 choice from the east side, 1 from the 2 central districts, and 1 from the 2 west side districts. I'd like to avoid, 1 year being, the east side vote and 1 year being the west side vote, or the north, the northeast versus the southwest vote. It gives a little more geographic balance, and depending on which districts are selected in each of those categories, can provide a balance to the Latinx community that which I believe the 2 major districts are A and B, if I'm reading correctly. That 1 would go in a presidential year and 1 would go in a non-presidential year. So, and the other thing I would say about, the one thing I would say about midterm versus presidential is that there really isn't anything preventing people from voting in mid-year, the mid-year elections. I think people tend to vote at a lower level in mid-year because there's less on the ballot that draws their attention. I think presidential elections, sometimes statewide ballot measures are really what gets people who are not every election voters out. But I'm not wedded to anything. I think that that's a consideration we should all throw into the hat and consider. And those would be my comments.
Thank you very much. I should have been asking from the beginning for people to also weigh in on which of the maps they are more interested in. Attachment, I'm just going to, for simplicity, call them attachment 1 map with the tail and attachment 2 with the correction. So Dave, did you want to weigh in on that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't really think it makes a difference, to be totally candid. There's no people there.
Okay.
So I'll go with whatever but everybody else wants on that.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember McDonald.
Yeah, I'll go with making the amendment to the mapping. And yeah, I'd have to agree with Councilman King, and I'd have to agree with Councilwoman Fisher. King, in regards to, I think we should take a long view of this. And I think that swapping out both far east sides or midtowns or west sides all in one thing, that's not my preferred way to go. I would think that, one from east, one from west, one from mid, and each cycle gives a balance of perspectives reflecting what's going on in the community at that time. Regarding Councilwoman Fisher, I too agree. I'm willing to vote myself out here right now. That's not what's on the table. What's on the table is getting things right. And I think too, we need to come back to focusing on that presidential election. I don't think it's aberrant. I don't think I don't think a local candidate is necessarily that compelling relative to the presidential election and dynamics we saw this last year. You can see a tremendous sway when the public is nationally engaged. We know people don't always engage in local issues, but when something like our national politics occurs, like this cycle of national politics occurs, you really get a swing. But I wouldn't put all of that in one box either. I would suggest that if we were trying to advance the Latinx vote to the highest population or voter turnout for a cycle, two of the three high Latinx vote boxes could be in one cycle and one in the other. Just I'm more of some distribution of something everywhere, trying to, since the science here is pretty fuzzy on what we're predicting to happen, and we're locking it in for 10 years. I'm better to have everything half full than shoot and miss at one completely full. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher.
So 3 answering questions and then a comment. I would like to go with the updated map. So I don't think we should have a tail. I think we should have the tail go to the dog. And in terms of the voter turnout in presidential elections versus gubernatorial, if you're looking at this chart on our staff report, page 6, if you look at who voted in 2016 versus 18, those votes are minusculely different. They're almost identical. Sure, in 2020, a lot more voter turnout, but in terms of the overall and the percentages in the demographics are almost identical. And the third question, I think, Mayor, that we want to be asking is what is our residency requirement for districts? Is it 30 days or none? Since I'm the only one that rents, and I could give this up tomorrow, but so I would suggest that we do have a 30-day residency requirement. So thank you.
Thank you for that reminder. Absolutely, I forgot about that. So I appreciate that. Okay, so Vice Mayor?
I prefer the amended map, and I'm also in agreement with Councilmember Fisher on that last item. which,
The 30 days.
yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Councilmember, oh, I'm sorry, did you have something more to say?
No, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barnacle. You are mute.
Try this again. So I'm in favor of the updated map. And I have one clarifying question on the 30 days. Is it 30 days from the time you file your papers, 30 days from the election, or 30 days from the time you take office?
I believe the staff report said that it was 30 days from the filing. Yes, and the city attorney is nodding.
Okay. I'm supportive of that.
And you are also supportive of the second amendment, the amended map.
Correct.
Attachment 2. Okay, so did you want to weigh in? You said no on F and E, but do you want to weigh in on what your preferred 3 districts are, and we can move this along?
A, B, and D.
I'm sorry.
A, B, and D.
A, B, and D. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think I'm seeing 4 on that one, but I would like to go back to Councilmember Healy and Councilmember King on and Councilmember McDonald on the first 2 on the amendment and the 30 and the residency, and Councilmember McDonald on the residency. Councilmember King.
Yeah, I support the 30-day residency requirement, and the amended map is fine.
Okay, and Councilmember McDonald?
30-day is fine.
30 days is fine. Okay, and Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, 30 days is fine, and I'm fine with the amended map.
Okay, good. Okay, so unless anybody else has any questions or comments they want to make on this, I'm looking for a motion. So Councilmember Fisher?
I think I can do that. So I'm going to move that we approve, let me see the title of this one, attachment number 2, the ordinance with the updated map, that there be a residency requirement for 30 days prior to filing paperwork, and that that districts number A, B, and D go in the cycle for this year.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Posake?
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second, so I'll ask the city clerk for a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Madam Mayor and Council, can you excuse me for just I just would like to get one item of clarification before the vote. The motion was very clear, and thanks to the council for that. So if you, and also it sounds clear so far that we're going to go with attachment 2, which is the amended map. And if we were to look at that in terms of the numbering of the districts, I believe under the motion that what has been identified as District A would become District 1, and what's been identified as District B would become District 2, and that what's been identified as District D would become District 3, and we still need a number to attach for districts C, E, and F. And I know it's kind of a formality since what we're doing really is putting them in midterm years and presidential election years. But if we could cover that base with the motion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will ask the maker of the motion if she'd like to assign numbers to C, E, and F.
Well, can we just assign numbers from A through F as 1 through 6?
No, actually, A, B, and D are 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
So it would have to be 4, 5, and 6 will be assigned to C, E, and F. So you can let yourself be creative here.
Yeah, so I would do C is 4, E is 5, and F is 6.
Thank you. And the seconder is okay with that change?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we good to go, City Attorney?
I believe so.
Thank you very much, and thank you for catching that. And so now back to the city clerk.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
No.
Keen,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hosake.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1, Councilmember Healy voting no.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will move on to item, looking for my agenda, sorry, 3, thank you. And, all right. So this is the approval of the proposed agenda for March 28th and April 4th. And I see a hand up from Councilmember Fisher.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and move approval of the 2 agendas.
Thank you. And do we have a second, Councilmember McDonald?
And seconded.
Thank you. Okay, and we will ask for a roll call vote.
Councilmember or Mayor Barrett.
Yes.
Council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hosake.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you very much. And with that, we are on to the consent calendar. And at this point, I would like to thank the interpreters for their work on the public hearing meeting on the district elections. So thank you both very much. And with that, we're on to the consent calendar. And I will call on Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you very much. I need to advise the council that I'll be recusing from all things involved in the Riverbend development, items 4B and C. I own property within the restricted limits, so I won't be voting on that part of the consent calendar. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to ask that we will take well, unless there's some other, is there anyone else who wants to take anything off the consent calendar? Okay, I'm not seeing that. So right now, I would like us to just look at items A, D, E, and F. And then we can deal with B and C with Councilmember McDonald recused. So if there are no questions or comments, I will ask our city clerk if she has received any comments on those A, D, E, and F from the consent calendar.
Madam Mayor, the city received 10 public comments that were posted online.
Thank you. And I will ask our moderator to see if there's anybody in the Zoom audience who would like to speak on the consent calendar items A, D, E, or F.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Those wishing to participate in public comment must raise their virtual hand and wait to be called on by the moderator. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. Just as a reminder, this is for items A, D, E, and F. First speaker that we have is M. Sullivan. I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Thanks. Actually, I raised my hand at the wrong time. Thanks.
Thank you. And Madam Mayor, we do not have any other
Thank you
speakers.
very much. So with that, we'll close public comment on items A, D, E, and F. And I will ask if there's Councilmember King.
I'll make a motion to approve consent calendar items A, D, E, and F.
Thank you very much,
And I
Councilmember
would second that.
McDonald. Thank you. And with that, we'll ask for a roll call. vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posey.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. And now Councilmember McDonald is recusing himself from items 4B and 4C. And is there anyone on the council who has any comments on this item? Councilmember Fisher?
I have a question about the Riverbend project in terms of the inclusionary housing and where it's located on the site. I went back to our inclusionary housing ordinance, and how it's stated is that the inclusionary units shall be distributed throughout the site. And what I'm observing, and the same was true of the same developer for the Casa Grande project, is that they are the smallest lots, the smallest units, the only attached units, not the only ones, but some of the few attached units when many of them are detached. And so I have a question about that in terms of whether or not we need to strengthen our inclusionary housing ordinance, or perhaps when that was adopted in 2018, that the intent was that the developer would be able to choose the sort of lots and the size of structures to be the ones that were the inclusionary housing units.
Okay, I thank you. I see Planning Director Hines has joined us. Did you want to respond to that?
Mayor, council members, just with regard to the existing inclusionary housing ordinance, we have talked about modifying it to be more explicit, such as all unit, the inclusionary unit shall be representative of the entire project, to be more definitive, because this is something that has come up as unclear or not as strongly worded in the existing ordinance that was put into place in 2018, as the decision makers have clearly wanted it to be. So I can't say off memory that what the intent was one way or the other, but it is on staff's radar, is something that we've received comments from both the Planning Commission and the City Council as something, when we do update that ordinance, to look again and look how to strengthen and be more clear on that being both location wise, but also square footage wise or product type wise.
So in terms of the units being distributed, these clearly are not on this map, as I define distributed.
So I don't recall off the top of my head, and Karen, I was just going to ask you to remind me of where they are, but this was where they were approved with the project. This one specifically, I do recall there being discussion, because there was also the addis that helped make the variety and kind of the affordable by design option another benefit of this specific project.
Yeah, all the units are essentially in the center spine. And then one quick question while I have you here and we're on the subject. At what point in time do we actually approve where those inclusionary housing units are? Because I recall in that Casa Grande project, it sort of slipped in. I didn't know that that's what we were approving when we did. And I went back and looked at the tentative map, and there was no information about where those units were located on the site. This is the first time I've seen it in the final map. So what is the stage at which we as a council and planning commission approve where those
usually they are shown during the entitlements, and a lot of times when there's a PUD approved with them, such as this project and the Casa Grande project, I believe, off memory, they were identified in a graphic in those PUDs, I believe. So we when a project comes forward for entitlement, it is required that they demonstrate how they're meeting their inclusionary requirements. So it is typically shown on a map identifying what lots are proposed to meet their inclusionary requirements.
Yeah, and I simply don't remember having that be part of our packet because that would have been part of my discussion at that point. So, thank you.
And Vice Mayor Posake.
Yeah, I bring this up only because of the answer to the last one. I thought it was part of a state law that said that the inclusionary units had to be either approximately or substantially or more or less the same as the other units. I just wonder if I could check that out. Is that wrong that that's not part of state law? And again, it's not defined as what approximately is.
Eric, I'm not sure if you have that off the top of your.
I
at your
don't believe
fingertips.
that's a state law issue, council member. We don't have to have, there's not a legal requirement to have an inclusionary ordinance at all. So these are really local policies set by the council. So hopefully that answers your question, but if not, I'll endeavor to do better. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on the part of the council? We received a letter from one of the neighbors regarding a difference between a two-way stop and a four-way stop that I wonder if staff could address that in that the council was in favor of it being a two-way stop, but somehow that did not get included in the final map. But staff feels that because that was the will of the council, that change can be made. Who would be able to address that issue?
I can start addressing that, Madam Mayor. Yes, I mean, the council's action was clear. It was erroneously left out of the resolution, but that's a Scrivener's error. The council's action is its action. The council doesn't need to revisit its correctly taken action. It's for staff to make that correction, which we're legally entitled to do, and the final map would be reflective of that. So the tentative resolution will need to be corrected for the record, but that doesn't require for the council action. So apologies for that that error, but the council's action stands and is clear from the actual meeting record, and will reflect that accordingly in the permanent record of the action. And going into the final map, the council, I think it's best to just focus on the actual action you took, recognizing that staff will conform the record to your action.
Thank you very much. Okay, so if there are no other council questions or comments, I will ask the city clerk if she has received any comments on this item. Or did you include those? Did you include those with the consent calendar items?
Yes, they were included.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so now I will ask our moderator, Aaron, to see if there's anybody in the public on Zoom who would like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Those wishing to participate in public comment must raise their virtual hand and wait to be called on by the moderator. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. Just a reminder, this is for items B and C. First speaker that we have is Janice Thompson, followed by Taryn Abate. Janice, I will now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
I just actually have a question. Will these residents have to purchase flood insurance for this area? And that's all. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker that we have is Taryn Obaid, followed by M. Sullivan. Taryn, I'll now allow you to speak. You can mute yourself and begin.
Hi, thank you for pulling this item from the consent calendar, Mayor. This is a dangerous development and it continues to warrant robust discussion. How is social equity and environmental justice served when council members and even staff, when council members, pardon me, align with developer greed to build homes on wetlands and in the floodway? At this point, we owe it to fellow human beings to not just pray for the poor souls who are going to be living in those floodway homes, but to really work against this menacing developer alliance that is so strong, as evidenced by the massive campaign contributions from these developers, Barella, LaFranchi, and also other big developers, as well as planning commissioners who donate to campaign contributors, to city council, the same as the developers while they're sitting on the planning commission and voting for this project. This is a menace to our town. And there's 100% track record of where the money flows are the developments that get voted for by these city council members. So beyond praying, can we please open our eyes and turn on the brightest light possible to look at how decisions are being made in all along the process, such that when another development such as Riverbend comes before our city and proposes to chop down every tree on the land and claims, misinforms our city that there are no heritage trees, and somehow that slips past city staff, right? Because they don't go out there. And how do we make sure that that doesn't happen? And how do we make sure that the runoff analysis is actually correct? Because I don't see any runoff analysis, and we all know that if we go over 12 inches from the last FEMA maps, FEMA is going to yank every home and building out of the federal flood protection. And how do we not, like LaFranchi with the Casa Grande, didn't he do his own flood analysis? How do we allow that to happen? So those are questions that merit thought. And this is the poster child. The LaFranchi project seemed to be the poster child for, what can we do better? How can we tighten up our zoning? How can we have more robust decision-making and ordinances to protect our environment and not scoot things off to like ministerial types of decisions? We need more light on it. Thank you.
The next speaker we have is M. Sullivan, followed by Kathy Hutchinson. M. Sullivan, I'll now allow you to speak. You can mute yourself and begin.
Yes, good evening. Per FEMA, a regulatory floodway is a channel of a river and the adjacent land areas that must be reserved in order to discharge the base flood, without cumulatively increasing the water surface elevation more than a certain designated height. I don't think those studies have been done. They could not have been done because we have not upgraded our flood modeling. So you don't even have the information to be, for Mr. Stutzman to be issuing a final map. And we know that the Petaluma taxpayers paid out $28 million for the flooding that happened in Payran. And we know that developers like LaFranchi and the property owner on Riverbend, we know that they, along with many other developers, got the California courts to change the laws so that the developer is not on the hook when these units flood. It will come down to the taxpayer. And I suggest that every tax-paying Petaluman be outraged at what, in particular, the lawyers on this council are allowing to go down. I can't use the vulgar term that I would like to, but the connections are appalling. Wendell Rosen, the lawyers for LaFranchi, who sent a letter to Mr. Danley, who Mr. Healy forwarded on to Kathy Hutchinson, is on the board for the Bay Area Coalition and all of the dredging and what have you and so forth. It's tiresome. It's got to stop. As Taryn said, enough is enough. We haven't done the sophisticated modeling, and you have 3 units that are in the floodway, and it would surprise me not in the least if those 3 units were the ones that were the inclusionary housing that Mrs. Hines can't recall, and that the city council member, Ms. Fisher, doesn't even know if they ever saw the map to vote on. So West Hydrology said a long time ago that the outlet mall wouldn't flood. And guess what? It's flooded repeatedly, but he was not willing to certify those projections. Is Mr. Stutzman willing to certify those projections? Is Mr. Stutzman willing to be on the hook to pay for these losses? I mean, I'm really, really, really tired of this. In your ECR, your existing conditions report for sea level, you readily acknowledge that there are going to be economic losses. So we know that somebody's going to pay for this. And just as Taryn said, Mr. LaFranchi also works for the city. I mean, it's just astonishing, the conflicts of interest here. And I think our city council members have a responsibility to get to the bottom of this. Thank you.
Aaron?
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Next speaker that we have is Kathy Hutchinson, followed by S. Kirks. Kathy, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Good evening. I'm aware tonight's approval is a formality, but I just want to bring up my concerns for what happens after tonight and ask the council not to allow Riverbend developers to break ground before final approvals are given by the state agencies that are listed in the MND. Last November, we asked the council to deny the applicant's request to start grading ahead of the final map approval. At the time, we thought all state agencies had to give their thumbs up before the final map could be approved, and I realize now that's not the case. However, our reasoning to not allow work to begin is the same as it was in November. Why risk destroying the site before final environmental approvals are given? They can't be restored to its previous state as required in the grading agreement if the developer abandons the project. Going off the MND, Sonoma Water, the Regional Water Quality Board, and the Army Corps of Engineers are the other public agencies whose approval is required. Conversations I've had with the staff who'll be reviewing this project, all 3 agencies said the process to get the final approvals from them can take up to a year or more due to the back and forth that can happen if the agencies want changes to be made. You may remember we submitted a biology report completed by Dr. Smallwood that was vastly different from the one submitted with the MND. Monk and Associates' main response to our report was to trash talk Dr. Smallwood rather than refuting the facts. The person I spoke to from the Water Quality Board was particularly concerned about the discrepancies between the 2 reports and indicated there have to be some time spent on reviewing the differences. In addition to not being able to return the site to its original state if the project is abandoned, if grading starts and issues are found by one or more of these agencies, there can be no mitigation because the trees and will already have been cut down and the ground disturbed. So please don't allow grading before all these agencies have made their approval. I also want the council to understand that I've written my comments based on information and understanding I had at the time I wrote them. I have not relayed anything secondhand or fabricated any information as some have implied. I also want the council to understand I asked to have this item taken off the consent calendar because I thought that's what was needed to allow for public comment. All I needed was a simple description of how the meeting was organized as provided by the mayor, thank you, and not a letter from an attorney stating the case, which I really hope was not paid for on the taxpayer's dime. Thank you.
Next speaker we have is S. Kirks, followed by Patty. S. Kirks, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you, Aaron. Susan Kirks commenting. I submitted a written comment and I hope that each council member and the mayor had an opportunity to review it. I'd just like to cite a few highlights from that letter that I submitted, specifically about biological resources review for this particular proposal. I did attend your meeting where that biological resources report from Dr. Sean Smallwood was available for review and discussion. And at that time, I was really heartbroken that for some reason in our city, biological resources reviews are always inadequate on the part of the elected officials. And that did occur that evening, and you all, not all of you, because some of you were elected afterwards, but the proposal was approved for tentative vesting map. And I am so familiar with this particular property and its place in the area there related to our natural environment. When you look at what is there now, and then you look at the map that was approved with a few minor modifications related to saving, not cutting down all the trees, it is going to be a very big loss for species that were cited in Dr. Smallwood's report. And I just wish that this had turned out differently. I don't know what you can do now, but I do want to support Dr. Smallwood's report and definitely say that that particular area of review was wholly inadequate by the city of Petaluma and by the developer. And if there's any way to make changes and revisit this so that changes could be made to this particular project, I would highly recommend that. And I do support the comments of other speakers on this item this evening. They are certainly valid, and we have such a low standard and such an established type of relationship, developers with other people in the community. And it is our answer to the question of how did we get here? And a new paradigm is needed throughout Petaluma and within our city government. Thank you.
The next speaker that we have is Patty. Patty, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Hello. Hi, my name is Patty Robfogel. My husband and son, Chris Robfogel and Chuck Robfogel, we are all the owners of Empire Automotive, which is on the street there, Madison, across from Clover. I just wanted to iterate that, for one, I'm in agreement with all the speakers that have spoken about all the issues on this project. I am just very concerned that I still have heard nothing on the parking situation and how that's been alleviated. In fact, if anything, I think it's been made worse. And I know that we had spoke with, I believe her name was Gina Benedetti, about, and she had told us that they were going to do a complete traffic report. We never heard back on that. And the parking has gotten worse already before the project even begins. I just don't think you are at all taking into consideration what it's going to do for all the people who already exist there, especially the poor people in the housing across from that and down the streets, because you're adding so much, and parking, and you're, from what I understand, you're taking away from the garage space of parking by allowing them to do additional units instead of garages. But parking to us is a big concern for our business and traffic. The traffic is unbelievable and dangerous at this point on this street before the project even begins. We were told there was going to be more surveys on that. We haven't seen anything. And there are people daily, we have trying to back out of our driveway, the vet next door, same thing. I've had accidents of people hitting, and especially at the corner there of Lakeville and Madison Street. It is a dangerous situation without any four-way stops on your property that you're proposing. There's nothing to slow the speed down of the traffic of all these added units. And it's a cut through right now. And what I mean is, by people, instead of taking Washington Street, they cut over to Madison to run up to Lakeville and vice versa to avoid all the traffic and lights on Washington. And so it's really become detrimental to us as it is. And to add that much housing on top of it and parking and cars, and Clover parks the whole streets on the front of Madison and in the side street. And that's all going to have housing with driveways now. So there's all that parking is going to come up forward towards Lakeville. And I just wanted to put my 2 cents worth in, and I thank the council for listening. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, that is our lot. So we have one more public speaker. Just raised his hand. John, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Good evening. I've been listening to all the speakers, and the one thing I could say, I doubt any of you are paying any attention to any of the speakers. And I'd like to point out to Teresa Barrett, who's always making excuses about the staff who's not doing their job. Did you listen to any of the people who just said they didn't get respond and how the staff is not doing their job about this project? But one of the things that's really, I don't understand about any of you, especially Mr. Smart Aleck, Mike Healy, where are you going to come up with the water? And last meeting, Mike Healy pointed out to how much water we have shortage with. And you're blasting project after project after project. And then you want to ask the community not to use water. The week before, you did another approval, which is Mr. Barnacle respond. And I do agree with what he said. Those houses, they use about 30% house with a yard. But where are you going to get that extra water? So this development that you're talking about has got a problem with 2 waters, drinking water and flood water. But guess what? That doesn't bring any concern to you, because all you're concerned about is how much money is going to bring. And I wonder how many of you got their pocket greased by the developers. And none of you will admit it. And all you could do, you give a shout to this staff or the developer or this or that, but you never take responsibility for any wrongdoing. I hope to God that you listen to some of the speakers who spoke before me and pay attention to all the wrongdoing that you doing, and quit criticizing other people for their comment and what they say, and listen to the stuff that comes out of your mouth. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, at this point, it looks like the other 2 hands raised are Gina Benedetti Petnick and Amara Morrison, and Amara is the applicant's attorney.
Thank you. Then why don't you just let's let the applicant's attorney speak as a public member, and then we'll have Ms. Benedetti Petnick speak to us as part of the staff. We'll close public comment and bring her in to speak as a staff person.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Mara, you're not allowed to speak. You can mute yourself and begin.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Barrett and members of the City Council. Thank you also, Mayor, for clarifying that our comments will be treated as a part of the public comment section. We do have members of our team here tonight. If there are any specific questions that you have relative to the issues that have been raised here tonight. My name is Amara Morrison. I'm with the law firm of Wendell Rosen in Oakland, and we do represent Riverbend Associates, LLC, in connection with the Riverbend project, which is before you for final map approval tonight. And earlier this afternoon, I did submit a letter to your city attorney in which I underscored and confirmed the statements which are made in your staff report regarding the nature of your consideration this evening. Pursuant to state law, the Subdivision Map Act, the council is not permitted to exercise discretion in connection with its consideration of the final map approval tonight for the following reasons. Your city engineer has determined that the project's final map is in substantial conformance with the tentative map. He has determined that the subdivision complies with all the MAP Act requirements and your local ordinances. And finally, that the map is technically correct. As the staff report and our letter points out, the only basis on which the council may reject the final map is fraud, and there is simply no evidence of fraud here tonight. The public commenters are raising issues that were raised at the project entitlement and tentative map approval stage. Those commenters appealed the council's approval of the project, and that appeal was denied. And frankly, the legislature specifically requires the approval of the final map to be ministerial for this very reason. It's to remove politics from the final step in the subdivision approval process, following a noticed public hearing and opportunity to comment on the tentative map. All of the discussion tonight here regarding biological resources, parking, traffic, it's already been taken into consideration in your project approval. Again, we have members here tonight should the council have any specific questions, and we request that the council move expeditiously to approve the final map, which is before you. And thank you very much for your attention tonight.
Thank you. And Madam Mayor, we do not have any other hands raised.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll close public comment on this item and bring it back to the council. And I will ask our Assistant Public Works Director, Gina Benedetti-Petnick, to respond to some of the comments that were made.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett. So I was dually listening on both my computer where I've been and on my phone, and my elbow hit my phone and raised my hand. So I did not intend to raise my hand as an attendee. And I'm happy to speak to some of, certainly to some of the flood-related questions. And Jeff Stutzman is our project lead from Public Works, our city engineer. And I think Jeff is going to lead off our responses, and I'll chime in when called upon. Thank you.
Okay, well, sorry to have put you on the spot there, but I had no way of knowing. So
No.
Thank you, Mr. Stutzman.
Hello, everybody. Jeff Stutzman, city engineer. Just to go over a few things, the two-way and four-way stop. The final map did state four-way, but obviously watching the video and the council's direction was two-way. So that has already been updated and is reflected on the public improvement plan. So it is showing what the council's direction was at that point. As far as the regulatory approvals, we have received Sonoma County Water Agency approval for the storm drain, stormwater runoff from the site. So they are the ones who do the design review and approval for the city of Petaluma. So they have provided us their approval. And then as far as the comments related to like the Army Corps engineers and the Regional Water Quality Control Board, that is all related back to the wetland mitigation that was required as part of the tentative map for this project. But after further review of that property, after the tentative map, the project site did not meet any of the new published requirements that were required by the Army Corps. So it basically was not considered a jurisdictional wetland, and that was both confirmed by the San Francisco Bay Regional Water and the Army Corps, which agreed upon that. And then to last point where Gina was mentioning the floodplain, it all goes back to prior to the Payran Reach, the flood control project, where the project, before that project, the 100-year storm did extend onto many of the residential properties along the river. But once that flood wall was installed, FEMA updated its FEMA maps, which reflected the new 100-year storm, which stayed within the banks and the new flood walls. The discrepancy, which if I share my screen, I can show a map, but the big discrepancy between the two is comparing the city's zoning map, which has not been reflected based on the new FEMA map, to the FEMA map, which has been updated, the most recent updated. And that FEMA map is what takes precedence over all the other documents. It's what's described in our general plan. So if I could share that map, I think that would help describe a lot of the issues.
Jeff, while you're pulling that up, if I could add, a question had come from public comment about whether flood insurance would be required for any of the residents. I think this came from Janice Gator Thompson. The answer is no, flood insurance is not required from any of the parcels on this project because none of them are within the 100-year regulated floodplain. All of these properties were removed from the floodplain with a 2016 FEMA flood remapping process that was subsequent to the flood control project. So no flood insurance is required.
And to Gina's point, here's the FEMA map that was recently updated after that project. You're showing the dashed lines along here. It was the flood walls that was created by that project. The orange that's highlighted right here, that is a 500-year with a 0.2% storm. And then when we compare it back to the zoning map, which is not updated, you can see the blue line, which is the 100-year storm. So basically the zoning map was not updated as part of the FEMA map. So that's where this discrepancy came. So the FEMA map, which I'm circling here, is one that takes precedence, and it's showing you that this property that's in question is not within the floodplain anymore.
And Madam Mayor and Council, if I could also add, and it looks like Heather's raised her hand and she can help, I think, further clarify. It's important to note that the FEMA map is incorporated into our zoning ordinance already. It's in effect. It doesn't just take precedence by virtue of its having been approved by FEMA, but it takes precedence by virtue of it being a part of the zoning ordinance. Staff recently were going forward with actually updating the graphic to reflect that, to avoid confusion, but with a graphic that didn't seem that is not in accordance with what is in fact in operation in the code, and that action wasn't approved, and ultimately should be done so that there's no confusion that results. But it's important to note that that the operative map, even in the zoning ordinance, although it's not depicted that way, is the FEMA map. And Heather, you probably have a better way of saying that, but I just wanted that to be clear to everyone. Thank you.
I was going to say the same thing, that it is in effect, it is just not graphically represented on the zoning map.
And that's why staff characterized that change that they were trying to bring to avoid further confusion as a housekeeping item, because it's not a substantive change, but it would clarify things, I think, for members of the public. I think we're kind of seeing some of that confusion at work tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jeff, I don't know if you had more to say, but thank you for stopping to share the screen. If you do, now's your chance.
That was all I had to say. Unless there's any more questions, I'll feel free to.
Okay, thank you. One thing I would just like to point out that Ms. Rob Fogel brought up about parking, and I do believe the staff report did indicate that there was, because of the reduction in the number of units, that there was more parking available and fewer curb cuts. And it also pointed out what the traffic mitigations were that we were discussing some of earlier. So that information is available in the staff report. And I believe that that's how staff answers those questions. I don't think they send it out to each individual who asks the question. With that, I will ask Councilmember Fisher to call on Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you very much. I just want to follow up on the FEMA map question, because this comes up so many times, and I'm still probably not clear about it. Obviously, we're in the process of updating our FEMA maps, correct? We just let the contract for that. It's going to be another few months before it gets done. We don't know if we're actually going to include atmospheric rivers in that modeling. Did I recall that last discussion correctly, Gina?
So you're on the right track, but and very close, but there's a couple of details there. So indeed, we have two consultants under contract that are working on our combined flood plain modeling and our sea level rise modeling that will feed into our general plan update. The FEMA remapping will follow those two efforts because we need those done first for the general plan and for the housing element. So that has a pretty fast track timeline to that. However, the nexus will be to the FEMA remapping once we get the general plan mapping satisfied and all the data over to that team. Then our next piece is indeed submitting remapping to FEMA, and that's probably a good year out, I'm afraid. That's it is another effort of its own, even after the modeling is done. And I think that answered what I might have missed the first part of the question. I'm sorry, Councilmember Fisher.
It wasn't a question, but thank you. I just want to get clarity on what we're doing with that mapping because it keeps coming up, and mostly for the benefit of the community. I'm just going to say for the record that, I didn't like this project when it came around the first time for various reasons that the community has mentioned, but it does meet all our requirements. And so in fact, as I recall, I voted for it. And so I am going to go ahead and move approval of consent calendar number 4B and 4C.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I will call on Councilmember Healy, who has his hand up.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, I want my 2 cents on this project. I didn't have a chance to vote on it, but I did meet with the developer after the last time this project came forward, and my response was, there's a giant oak tree right in the middle of that property that could have been saved. And, he had already bought the property and it was already long gone. But when we do infill projects, it's so important to save things like that. Those are the things that can let the community know that we're not just destroying what they have. Right now, there's people that go out there, and I constantly see people sitting under that oak tree in lawn chairs. I see kids out there riding their bikes and going over jumps and things like that. And when council makes decisions that you'll never be able to replace that oak tree and what it means to the families in that neighborhood. And it, I want staff to know that as developers come forward and they want to clear cut lots like this, I'm a hard no on that going forward. And I think it's important for the council, now that we have new members on here that didn't vote for this project, that we can at least set a precedent, if not have a policy. Because this is losing that giant tree is a disaster, and not so much because I care about carbon sequestration, but because having a really good mature oak tree in your neighborhood that you can go to and sit under is about quality of life. It's and I don't think the council, when they approved this project, cared too much about quality of life for the neighboring residents. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher?
I would like to follow up on that comment and suggest that we really need to update our tree ordinance if we're going to not have oaks removed. That's where the policies lie. That those are what need to be updated and strengthened.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other hands up, so I'll ask our city clerk to do a roll call vote. We have a motion by Fisher and a second by Healy.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Osake.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously with council member McConnell recusing. McDonald, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we'll go on to the item number 2, which is approval of minutes for March 7th that were in error, and that was corrected by our vote on the consent calendar. So do we have a motion on that? Councilmember Fisher?
Yeah, I'll move approval of the minutes. Thank you.
Oh, I guess, yeah, we do need to, well, it's the amended minutes, I guess. Council Vice Mayor Kosake,
I will second the motion.
thank you. I will ask our city clerk if she's received any items on this issue.
Madam Mayor, no public comments have been received.
Thank you, and I will ask, do we need to have public comment on this? Okay, I'm getting a no from our city manager shaking her head. So do we need a roll call vote?
No, you don't, Madam Mayor. Remember, you can let the minutes be.
Okay, fine. So they have been approved as amended by the consent calendar.
Thank you. I mean, that doesn't mean the council are not free to comment, but unless they have comments.
I think they had an opportunity to comment and no one did. So thank you very much. And with that, we will go on to new business. And this is item 5A, the introduction of ordinance to change certain appropriations for the operations of the city of Petaluma from July 1st, 2021 to July 30, 2022. And I will call on Corey Garbarolio.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett, members of the City Council. The city reviews its budget on a continual basis. 3 budget adjustment reports are typically presented annually, one at first quarter, one at mid-year, and a final at year end. The proposed mid-year budget adjustments before you this evening are to the adopted fiscal 21-22 budget. The majority of the budget adjustments presented are resulting from approved council action since adoption of the original budget, along with project adjustments to better align fiscal 22 project budgets to actual estimated expenditures ahead of the fiscal 23 budget process. Also included are revenue adjustments, increasing revenues to reflect recovery occurring sooner than what was originally expected. A detailed list of all the budget adjustments are included in the staff report. Adjustments to non-general funds are mainly due to capital project adjustments. Also included in the report this evening for informational purposes is a general fund update, which provides a recap of the revised budget and an updated forecast as a mid-year. We'll be back to council with another update in a little over a month at the fiscal 23 budget workshop. So it is recommended then this evening that the City Council adopt the attached ordinances to amend appropriations for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2022 budget. It is also recommended that the council adopt the resolution updating the authorized and funded position schedule. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Garbarolio? Seeing no one, I will ask our city clerk if she's received any correspondence on this item.
Mayor, no public comments were received on this item.
Thank you. I will ask our moderator to open public comment and see if there's anyone in the Zoom audience who'd like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Those wishing to participate in public comment must raise a virtual hand and wait to be called by the moderator. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. Just a reminder, this is for new business, so 5A. The first speaker that I have is Bev Alexander, followed by Rakusin. Bev, I will now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin. Hey, Bev, are you there? Do you have a comment on item 5A?
I'm sorry, I think this is a mistake.
Okay, thank you. I will lower your hand and move on to the next speaker. Next speaker that I have is Rakusin, followed by Taryn Obaid. Rakusin, I will now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you. Just really quickly here, in looking through the meeting notes, I didn't see a link to some of the budget adjustments. And I think for those of us who can't make every meeting to see maybe how those be adjusted or new initiatives that may change the fiscal budget, it would be great to have maybe a link directly to the document. I think that kind of transparency is always really appreciated. And I will say that the city finance department has been very responsive to requests about, comprehensive annual financial statements, things of that nature. I would just advocate for as much transparency, even in budgetary and financial matters, as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker that we have is Taryn Obaid. Taryn, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Hi, thank you. I want to respond to call out the East Court flood mitigation item, which is just under $1 million, to help with the risk management program. Flooding is very expensive. The $28 million payout from the 80s would be the equivalent of $100 million in today's inflated currency. Thank you to our Federal Reserve Bank. So this is big stuff. And when we continue to approve projects that are in the floodway, we can expect to pay more. So looking at this, wow, $1 million for East Court, $1 million to catch up to climate change, $1 million to catch up with sea level rise. Things don't stay fixed. The only constant is change. And I really wish we could put that filter onto everybody's eyeballs so that decision-making projects into the future, because nothing is static and things are going to cost way more. And who pays? Right here, we see who pays. It's me. It's me and my pockets and my wallet and my checkbook and my savings account and my 401k, because I'm a taxpayer. It's every single person sitting on the dais and every single person listening to this call and every single person out there that doesn't have the time to listen to this call, that doesn't have the time to do excellent public service and volunteer to become a city council member. It's people that don't have the time to listen to this and certainly can't afford or are struggling to afford taxes, given we've got an approaching 10% inflation rate. So I would like us to really please put on those goggles so that we keep thinking about the future and start scraping for every opportunity to look at, down the road, what's going to happen with this decision? How can I think through this decision to anticipate costs down the road? Really, this is an opportunity to reach intellectually, to reach with critical thinking. And I just want to say thank you that we're going to have some people. I know people on East Court. They live in terror. Terror is not an exaggeration, quote unquote terror. And I'm glad that they're going to get some relief. But can we please stop the insanity of not thinking about the future? Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, at this point, that is the last hand raised for those who had not spoken yet.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll close public comment on this item and bring it back to the council for a motion. Councilmember Healy
Yeah, I'll move the item. Thank you.
and Councilmember McDonald.
I'd like to second the motion, but I throw in just one comment. I want to appreciate staff's work here of noting in there the housing market is significantly challenged, and that the report calls out to 12% per year, 5 years running, and that increase in house price is 175% now. So what was 400,000 5 years ago is now 700,000. I'm glad all our items here focus on the housing crisis we have, and I'm glad that even permeates into our finance department. Motion seconded.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Healy and a second by McDonald, and we will have a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
Council Members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will go on to item 5B, which is the acceptance of the vision material for the general plan update as unanimously recommended by the General Plan Advisory Committee. This is to accept and give comment. It is not a vote. It is not an action item. So with this, I will hand this over to Heather Hines.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. David, are you able to pull up the PowerPoint for us? Yes, there we go. So I'm really pleased to be here this evening with a team to present these vision materials. It has been an amazing process, and I'm really proud of the work that the General Plan Advisory Committee has done to get here, and I'm really pleased to share this progress with you. Next slide, please. So our presentation this evening, I'm just opening it up, and then I am going to hand it over to Ron Whitmore with Ramey and Associates. Ramey and Associates is the lead consultant for our general plan update process, and he is going to walk through a little bit of background in terms of the purpose of these visioning materials, summarize the community input that went into these visioning materials. And then we're really pleased tonight to have 3 members of our General Plan Advisory Committee's working group with us this evening. That is Bill Reinhardt, Chris Rebelo, and Josh Simmons. And they are actually going to walk through and present the actual materials and some of the methodology and consideration that went into them for the council's consideration. Next slide, please. So this is the project roadmap. You've seen this before, just trying to give the context of where we are. So this visioning is the 3rd phase, and these vision materials are really foundational to moving forward into exploring land use alternatives and ultimately policy development. So it gives you an idea of where we are and what our next steps are. Next slide. And now I'm going to hand it over to Ron Whitmore to talk about background and process before getting into the specifics of the vision materials.
Thank you, Heather, and good evening, City Council members. During the visioning phase, the GPAC and public invested a tremendous amount of time and effort to clarify and refine community priorities, goals, values, and principles. I'm going to briefly review with you those steps as a prelude to members of the GPAC, as Heather mentioned, sharing with you the fruits of that labor. Briefly, I'll touch on the purpose of the vision materials, summarize the process for getting community input, and explain the work of the GPAC before handing off to the GPAC. The vision, pillars, and guiding principles are the foundation for the general plan. The vision statement is a description of the Petaluma that community members would like to see in the future, 20 to 30 years from now. The pillars, in turn, are an expression of core community values that the general plan should reflect and honor. And the guiding principles provide the direction to follow to achieve that vision. Importantly, these are purposely high level and lacking in specifics. It is not appropriate at this stage in the planning process to identify specific strategies or to focus on the pragmatic how-to. That comes next. But to take those next steps, we have to first be clear about what we're hoping to achieve. Each element of the general plan should be designed to achieve the vision in a manner consistent with the pillars and the guiding principles. In that way, the vision, pillars, and guiding principles help to focus and direct the work that is coming. Tremendous amount of public input informed the development of these work products. The current general plan does not include a vision statement or the equivalent of pillars, but it does include guiding principles, which were our starting point. During the second half of 2021, we then used a survey, listening sessions, area meetings, pop-ups, a workshop, and input from the GPAC over the course of several meetings to update and refine the guiding principles and to craft a vision statement and the pillars. I'll share a bit now about each of those steps in the following slides. So first, the guiding principles. Over the course of several meetings last summer, the GPAC helped revise the existing guiding principles and to develop the draft pillars of Petaluma. The GPAC's work was then evaluated by the community during the fall 2021 Community Visioning Workshop. And in addition, during the 2021 pop-ups throughout the community over the course of several weeks, participants voted for community priorities, which further informed the breadth of the pillars and principles. During the November 2021 GPAC meeting, the GPAC used all of that community input to further refine the pillars and principles. The development of the visioning statement followed a similar path. At the pop-ups, community members shared what they love about Petaluma and described Petaluma's long-term evolution on a vision wall. In addition, during the community visioning workshop, participants created vision headlines that describe Petaluma in 2045. After the November GPAC meeting, GPAC members were invited to prepare vision statements based on that community input, and 10 different GPAC members, over half the memberships, submitted proposed drafts. Next slide, please. In late 2021, the city also reached out directly to youth and to members of the Latinx community in Petaluma. They wanted to ensure that their perspectives were reflected in the visioning phase community input. For the Latinx focus group, which was held in early December to explore visioning and issues and opportunities across the city, city staff built on past efforts and existing relationships fostered through the Latinx focus group on community outreach. Likewise, with GPAC member help, the city also connected to youth commissioners and school administrators at Petaluma High School, and together they were able to offer a brief survey in November through early December, providing direction and input on these visioning materials. All of that community input, the survey, the pop-ups, the workshop, the Latinx focus group, the youth survey, and the GPAC meetings and draft vision statements, all of it was reflected in a draft vision statement, pillars, and guiding principles, which the GPAC considered during its January meeting. During that meeting, the GPAC made considerable progress in refining the visioning materials, but at the end of the meeting, they agreed the work needed more time and focused effort. Several GPAC members at that point volunteered to form a small working group, which met 4 times in just 2 weeks to prepare proposed revisions. They did a fantastic job because when they brought their work back to the whole GPAC in February, after only a short discussion, the GPAC unanimously recommended the approval of the vision, pillars, and guiding principles. Next slide, please. One final note, none of these are final until incorporated into the updated general plan that is adopted by City Council. It is possible and even likely that both the vision statement, well, all 3 pieces, the vision statement, the pillars, and the guiding principles will get refined as we move through the planning process. That being said, the GPAC is very confident that the vision, pillars, and guiding principles in their current form reflect everything we've heard so far from the community about what they like to see in Petaluma and how to achieve that vision. In March 22, earlier this month, staff, members of the consultant team, along with GPAC working group members Josh Simmons and Bill Reinhardt, representing the GPAC working group, shared the background, process, and an overview of the vision materials with both the Planning Commission and the Climate Action Commission. Got to say that both Bill and Josh did a fantastic job, and you'll hear from them tonight as well. The commissioners and the public overwhelmingly celebrated the thorough community engagement process, the GPAC's thoughtful approach, and the quality of the visioning materials themselves. In short, the vast majority of comments were expressions of appreciation and affirmation. There were a handful of suggestions for further refinement, which we carefully logged and will use the next time the vision, pillars, and principles are revisited. Examples include context on the prioritization of components of each of the materials. Folks noted that both Josh and Bill explained the thinking behind how the parts of these vision materials were organized, and some folks on the commissions thought it would be helpful to be explicit about that in the document. Likewise, there were some specific suggestions for language revisions and refinements, and some suggestions for supporting concept reorganization and adjustments. As is often then the case when presenting updates on the GPU, people also wanted to begin talking about next steps, which we're all anxious to get to, about what specifically the GP will include and how to ensure its implementation. We'll be getting back to them on those conversations in the coming phases of the general plan. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Bill, who will introduce you to the visioning materials that GPAC helped create.
Thanks, Ron. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Bill Reinhardt, and along with Josh Simmons and Chris Ribolo, we're here to represent the General Plan Advisory Committee. And we're here to help answer some of your questions and reinforce some of the things Ron said, but also to provide our assurance that these are truly the products of the collaborative process and open process that I really think you hoped for when you put the committee together. As Ron outlined earlier, the discovery and visioning efforts generated a great deal of input, and the consultant team and planning staff have done an amazing job organizing and synthesizing all the information and facilitating a very productive working sessions for the GPAC as a whole. And as you know, that committee includes 20 hardworking and thoughtful people from a broad range of perspectives, and everyone really did their homework and brought a lot to the table. After a couple of months at our regular meetings, there was still considerable work to be done to just include all the feedback and all the suggestions that we received. So we put together the working group that Ron mentioned, and just to take a step back, reevaluate everything we'd heard, and confirm that these are actually reflective of the opinions and of the community and of the GPAC. So we looked at ways to reorganize and refine, combine some concepts, and there were suggestions to streamline and simplify the messages. But in the end, we felt it was most important to preserve the integrity of the individual ideas, at least as we continued into the more technical work. So as Ron said, after 4 meetings of the working group, we were able to bring back a draft. And I think it's remarkable and says quite a lot that it was unanimously supported by the entire committee. I don't know how often you get 20 people to agree on anything, but that seemed like a good milestone. So we're confident that what you have in front of you not only summarizes the analysis and the findings of the work so far, but also that this is what we've heard from the community, and this should guide our work moving forward. Again, as Ron stated, we still see this as somewhat of a work in progress, but that gives us even more confidence knowing that there will be chances to recalibrate along the way as we continue to craft the goals and policies to realize these concepts. So in conclusion, before I hand off to Josh to talk specifically about the vision, I want to say that we all, as the GPAC, appreciate that it's you, our elected officials, who are ultimately going to be charged with upholding and defending the final general plan. So we completely understand this needs to reflect your vision as much as anything. And with that, we really welcome your input and thank you for the opportunity to work with you on this. So Josh, want to take it away?
Thank you, Bill. And hello, Mayor, City Council, staff, members of the public. Thank you for your time tonight. We have in front of you a vision statement of what the GPAC would like to see Petaluma be in 2045. Now, I should just be clear. I don't think any of us plan on reading the material to you tonight. I think your meeting is already long enough without us doing that. So with our vision statement here, we're describing the reality we hope to be living together in 2045. Every single paragraph begins with a sentence that drives a key theme and then elaborates. We did not belabor the ordering of these, but there is a natural flow. We go from geography and history, the people of Petaluma and how we engage with each other, the economy and the common good. Next slide, please. We talk about the state of our neighborhoods, the celebration of arts, the head-on embrace of our most existential challenges, and a summation. We are Petaluma. Now, placing our climate challenge last was intentional because we felt that that way it lands here as a crescendo. And you'll see elsewhere in our materials, we placed it first. And that is our vision for life in Petaluma in the year 2045. And with that, I believe I'm passing it along to Chris to talk about our pillars. You're muted, Chris.
Got it. So thanks. Good evening, everybody. Really, really pleased to be here. Really pleased to be here with Bill and Josh. So the pillars, the guiding pillars, what is at the, the base of all that we're going to be doing as we move through this process. So how I see it is that first one, geographic context and sense of place. It's the who we are as a town, both as a community and our geography. And for me, the most important line is that last one, the general plan must preserve Petaluma's distinctive sense of place. There was a lot of agreement around that. There's a lot of agreement around all of it, but that sentence stood out. And then the next two paragraphs focus more on what do we care about? Like, what are our top priorities? What are the lenses that we really need to look through as we go through this general plan process? So obviously climate action, resilience, and sustainability, there was a conscious decision to put that number one as far as what we cared about in the pillars. And the second one was equity, justice, and demographic changes, taking into account those who have not been cared for properly, and to really prioritize supporting those who have been most affected by injustice and inequity. And then the last one I see as sort of the, how do we do this? How do we be successful? And that's through participatory decision-making and government transparency. I like this line, success in these endeavors will depend on an engaged community. Hello out there, everybody, that participates in decision-making and a government that is open and transparent. And I just want to echo both Bill and Josh. It was really, I super enjoyed being involved in this. We had a great time together, and I loved learning so many of the different ways that people love living in Petaluma. So I look forward to moving ahead with this. And now I'm going to toss it back to Josh.
Thank you, Chris. So next up, we have our guiding principles. There are a set of 16 of them against which every choice ought to be measured. Now, admittedly, in the process of workshopping these, we had to squash the impulse to consolidate. As Bill noted earlier, we thought it was tantamount to preserve the fidelity of community input, the ideas that were given to us in the first place. So though we wanted 10 principles, we kept the full 16. And these we also did not belabor the ordering of, other than to place our climate concerns at the very top. Next slide, please. And then to close by further emphasizing the need for Petaluma to be a leader and noting that our leadership serves both Petaluma and everyone around us. When presenting this at the Climate Action Commission, I had to note, of course, look at what's happened with the gas ban. It's phenomenal the waves that we can make as Petaluma when we take a leadership role. Next slide, please. And there you have it. The vision, the pillars, the guiding principles, all based on a great deal of public input, multiple meetings of the GPAC, multiple meetings of the GPAC working group, 4 more than we had planned. And we ultimately took a vote on these with the understanding that we approve of the substance, that the wording and organization pass muster, that some of the elements may require refinement and reorganization before it's properly finalized. But again, we approve of its substance. Again, it passed unanimously, which is just astonishing. Now, while we're not seeking approval here, I don't believe this is a voting matter. We are extremely welcoming of your comments and your questions. that will be taken into consideration as this process moves forward. Before I turn it back over, I just want to express my deep gratitude to the members of the public who provided input to the process to shape this output, the General Plan Advisory Committee members who labored over this, the working group members that joined me in polishing the GPAC's work, and of course, the consultant cities and city staff who have been incredibly helpful facilitators along the way. With that, I thank you for your time, and I believe I turn it back over to Mayor Barrett, unless Heather or Ron want to jump in.
Okay, thank you very much. If we could stop sharing the screen, that would be helpful. Thank you. I have, been sort of an eavesdropper on the GPACs from its beginning, and I have to say that I share the superlatives that I've hear from those three members who just spoke today. It is a really good process that I think I was very doubtful that it could work as well in this Zoom format. But you guys have done an amazing job, and I commend you all for it. So I am going to ask our council members if they have any comments that they'd like to share with the GPAC members regarding these pillars and the visioning statement. Vice Mayor Posake, followed by Council Member Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no, I think this was an excellent document that it's hard to find any difficulty with. And I appreciate all the work that went into it. But I still have one comment, one suggestion. And that comes from me coming from, I guess, the health segment of society. In terms of guiding principle number 5, which has to do with health. I'm sorry, this is a supporting concept of the guiding principle. I have no issue with the principle itself, and I'm going to be just fine with it if this doesn't make it in. But I just like to make the point over and over again that implementing some anti-racist policies and programs might help with health. In fact, let's scratch that. It will help with health. And similarly, working towards everyone having either a basic income or a lower wage housing gap, such that their income aspects are compatible with optimal health. So I don't know. I felt like these didn't have to be there in some sense, but I found that as I looked through all these supporting concepts, that there were supporting concepts that made it into more than one guiding principle support. So I just wanted to suggest getting something in there like that. And I appreciate all the work you've done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Member Fisher.
So I too have been eavesdropping on most of those GPAC meetings, although I have a conflict with one of the nights. So sometimes I have to watch it later, but I too want to commend you. And I said this at the Planning Action Commission meeting, which this came to us at our last meeting. And I think it's wonderful. I couldn't be more proud. And it truly is my vision. I definitely share it. And want to thank all of you for all of the work that you've done, and again for all the community for their input. And Josh, you shared with us at the Climate Commission that the supporting concepts document you didn't quite get to, and that you're going to get to. And I guess I have a question, sort of like, when is that going to happen? And then sort of what is the interaction between the GPAC and the ad hoc of the Climate Commission? Because we clearly have some, as I said in the Climate Commission meeting, we have some ideas about how we're going to get to carbon neutrality. So how do we all start working together a bit more? It feels a little fragmented right now in terms of the work that's being done by the community and by our committees and commissions. And I don't need an answer on that. I'm just going to raise it again wherever I can.
I think we're actually just at, giving input on the statement, and the guiding principles. And maybe you guys could work that one out through email afterwards, just to keep the meeting going, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember McDonald, followed by Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to weigh in on the presentation at the Planning Commission by this group. And Ron's touched on it, but the message comes across as inspirational. And it's engaging to everyone who hears it. And so, I mean, I couldn't be happier with the work of the GPAC and making sure that it's a good roadshow that everybody in town gets to hear that this is going forward and going to a good place. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle, followed by Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll give so much gratitude to the GPAC and all the members of the public who've contributed to this. Certainly is a lot of energy and time and great thought and vision for our city. Love the document overall. Couple of thoughts on page 3. There was one sentence that said, "We have adapted to climate change." I would say we are adapting to climate change. That's really, there's going to be just a need for a lot of agility and active response to really continue to do that. Page 4, participatory decision making. Love it. Something more active about doing more than just the decision making, but actually like implementing and manifesting our community and recognizing our vision might be something that I appreciate. On page 7, there was in the health area, ensure equitable access to natural places, parks, playgrounds, and pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. Something about mobility, I feel like needs to be in there. So much of whether it's mental health or physical fitness or whatever, just being able to get around, whether it's public transit, walking, biking, anything. The concepts of shared mobility and just mobility in general are, they're maybe implied with infrastructure, but there's something that I feel like could be more in there, but otherwise love it. And then I'm really interested to hear what the youth, it said that you had a youth focus group. I'm really interested to hear what the youth had to say and how that maybe was factored into it, but we don't need to get into that. I suppose I can take that offline. But I think that the big thing that we really need to grapple with in the next on how to is grapple with the concept of affordability and what aging in place and housing types and options really sort of all mean together. I like the concept of aging in place, and I'm also having parents that are sitting in a 4-bedroom house as empty nesters right now, also sort of having a little bit of frustration with the idea of aging in place when there's also this, we're in the middle of a housing crisis and there's, a good opportunity to downsize for a lot of people, right? And, when I hear different housing types, sometimes I think people think apartments or single family homes or whatever, but I mean, there's different like lifestyles, communes, dormitories. I don't think everybody needs their own bathroom. I think there's a lot of people that would love to just get out of their parents' house and they would love for them to be able to afford it. So really try and, as you go forward, I would just advise you just please grapple with the concept of affordability and what diverse housing types means and whatnot. And then, yeah, that's pretty much everything I had. The big thing for me is just the concept of affordability and this great vision. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you to everyone on the GPAC, and particularly to those who presented tonight. I thought what was presented was excellent. I think it's really a good vision for the next 20 to 25 years for Petaluma. I do have one comment and a question, which the question can be answered offline. And both of the comments are in the transportation end of things. There's a reference, I think in the vision statement, to human, electric, and hybrid transport. I know what human and electric is. Hybrid in this context is a little unclear to me. I mean, there are vehicle hybrids, but I don't think that's what's being referred to. So if someone could maybe let me know offline what the idea was there. I think I understand, but it's just, it's a term of art that you're using as a term of art, and the broader public might have another idea of what that term of art is. Which is leading me to my other comment and the existing conditions report that we received early on, and hopefully this will be changed and changed for the better. Right now, 85% of the people within Petaluma drive alone or carpool to work, and 9% work at home, which means less than 6% bike, walk, and use public transport. So to me, that means two things. One is one of the things that's very clear in the report, and that is we need to improve our active transportation options, transit included. The other part of it is that the automobile is not going to go away just because we have a general plan that focuses on it. I've said this before, and probably before most of these people, most of my colleagues are up here on the dais, but I have at least two witnesses that I predicted as well before the governor made his pronouncement. By 2030, I don't think anyone in California is going to be able to buy a gas-only vehicle. I don't say that just because it's simply due to the regulations. I think it's in part due to the market. And if you follow where the money is, it's just going in the direct opposite direction. So I make that comment. There are, I think, 20,000 people on your committee, so and the public that weighed in. So there's many, many people who have come up with this conclusion. But I would ask you to take a look at that as well, because there's statements of it being over the automobile, and I'd hate to have a plan that is beautiful in every aspect, but has one aspect that is ignored by our citizenry.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So I would echo other council members in saying this is a really impressive piece of work put together by the GPAC. I'm glad you didn't cut corners and smash things down into fewer categories. And it really does lay out a vision. And I also appreciate the fact that the presentation tonight was kept at a high level. Thank you for not reading the PowerPoint slides to us. And with that said, I'm going to get down in the weeds on one thing. I just had a couple of little questions under the ensure the health and wellness of all residents, number 5 on page 7. And two of them, I'm just curious to know what the GPAC's thoughts were on this, or if it was really a conscious decision. Two of them, B and E, start with the word guarantee, as opposed to a softer word like promote. And it's guarantee community food security and guarantee equitable access to healthcare, which I'm sure those are all things we'd like to do, but that can also be read to imply that that's an open-ended commitment of the general fund going forward. And I'm not sure that that's what was intended. So I'd like maybe a little, we don't need to hash that out tonight, but I think that is something that needs to be a conversation going forward. And otherwise, I really appreciate the good work. Thank you.
Okay, well, I actually want to commend our council members as well, because I think everybody really gave it a lot of thought and responded at the same level that you guys have worked at in not nitpicking, but actually giving you some guidance. And so I want to keep us all on the same page as we're going through this project. And I think unless members of the GPAC or the consultants have any, or staff have any other questions, we can say thank you and move on. Any concerns? No? Okay. Well, thank you very much, everybody. Keep up the good work. You've got another 2 years ahead of you. Okay, so with that, we are going to go on to our next item. And this is adopt a resolution approving a short.
Madam Mayor, just checking. I don't think we took public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're absolutely correct. And I bet everybody would want to hear public comment from the GPAC. So sorry about that. Thank you very much for keeping me on schedule. Did our city clerk get any public comment items on this issue?
Madam Mayor, the public received no public comments on this item.
Okay, thank you. And so I will see if there's anybody we'll open up the public comment and see if there's anyone in the Zoom audience who would like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Those wishing to participate in public comment must raise a virtual hand and wait to be called on by the moderator. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. First speaker that we have is Taryn Obaid. Taryn, I will now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Hi, thank you. I really want to thank the GPAC members. This has been a phenomenal concept with phenomenal engagement of the public, in addition to the GPAC members, and clearly phenomenal output. I've attended pretty much every GPAC meeting, these GPAC presentations across various committees, and I acknowledge again tonight what excellent work this is. And I want to pivot and point forward. Excellent work, kudos, and let's now pivot 180 degrees and look forward to how do we ensure that these visions get implemented. Let's think about success metrics, failure metrics. We don't have to design them specifically right now, but the devil is in the details. And so much can be lost in translation unless we pay careful attention to codification and processes, and including the public voice, because the public voice, public engagement has made huge difference in the GPAC work, not only for the GPAC's focus, but literally thousands of hours on the public's behalf, reviewing things like the existing conditions reports, submitting things like the wetlands map for the entire valley, which, pardon me, I did submit that and I don't see any trace of it. Really still wondering whether the volumes of public comment that I've provided for at least 100 hours ever were received by anybody. They're not showing up anywhere. So GPAC members, please, as you continue to work in your ad hoc committees and city council, please, as this continues to move forward, let's keep in mind specific metrics that we can use to measure whether we're hitting on all levels of policy, procedure, roles, role definition, success metrics, failure metrics. Are we moving forward and delivering on this vision? Otherwise, it can all get wiggle roomed away. It can all be brushed aside. It can all be like, well, we don't have time to do that. Or no, that's a ministerial procedure. We need to shine light on this stuff because we're trying to change this turn this big ship. And our city council right now is the best city council we've had in a long time. And we want your good leadership to stick through the future. Thank you so much, GPAC, and thank you so much, City Council. Thank you.
The next speaker that we have is Bev Alexander, followed by M. Sullivan. Bev, I'll allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you all. I too am aware of the incredible amount of time that has been put into coming up with all of these various parts of the general plan. And I want to thank Taryn Obaid, who is a really hard act to follow. I agree with everything she said. You know, there's a saying that if we don't learn from our history, we're going to be in trouble. So looking back, we had quite a wonderful general plan that is now still in effect. But a lot of parts of that general plan seem to have slipped away. And, you know, if we paid a top-notch architect to design plans for a beautiful house, and we worked with that architect all the way, deciding exactly what we wanted in the house, every single part of it, structurally, beauty, room for things, and so forth, we would expect to have a really lovely house to live in. The general plan is like that. It's like an architect's plans for the future of our city. And if we don't follow through, they're useless. And I think that with our last general plan, there were a lot of really essential parts of that plan that seem to have vanished. So I am hoping that with the next general plan, we do have some way of making sure that we really get our money's worth. Otherwise, why have we spent all this time, energy, and money on creating this beautiful vision that will be worth no more than a mirage on the desert if we don't actually put it into effect? So I'm kind of begging you to please put some teeth in and make sure that this general plan comes to fruition. Thank you very much.
Next speaker that we have is M. Sullivan, followed by S. Kirks. M. Sullivan, I will now allow you to speak. You can mute yourself and begin.
Yeah, so again, many thanks to the members of the GPAC. This truly represents, to my mind, a bold and visionary body of work. Critically, the Petaluma public has spoken. None of us were compensated for our informed perspectives and a lot of scrutiny that we gave to different elements, including the existing condition reports. We're well aware that the consultant contract was written such that the ideas, visions, recommendations of the GPAC do not have to be adopted. But I want to emphasize that this work by the GPAC represents what the citizens of Petaluma want and not what the developers or the M Group planners want. The M Group planners, it's a monetary relationship, but it is not for the citizens of Petaluma. So we've spoken with a very clear and non-conflict of interest voice. So I truly hope as a citizen of this community not to see this watered down as it gets back into the hands of the consultants, the double layer of consultants. And I hope going forward that, well, I just hope that in 2040 or 50, whenever it is that the GPAC wrote down as the year, that we actually have a town that hasn't flooded and we haven't lost our historic downtown, and that we have a place that all species can thrive, and particularly the wildlife in our urban growth boundary, in addition to the humans. And I hope that we stop building over our state required regional housing numbers, because if we continue at the pace we're going at, which is at least 5-fold what was required, then in the next building cycle, when there isn't any land or any space to build on, we are going to end up sprawling out into our open space, into our agricultural fields and to our river. And I know that's exactly what the developers want, but that's exactly what the citizens of Petaluma don't want. So please take what the GPAC and the citizens of this community have helped to put together. We've put in countless hours, and I would really appreciate it if it does not get significantly watered down. Thank you.
The next speaker that we have is S. Kirks. S. Kirks, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you, Susan Kirks. I wanted to express my gratitude to the 3 General Plan Advisory Committee members who are here this evening and who have been presenting to different commissions and committees as well. And I would like to say that the original resulted in the ad hoc committee formation was less than optimal. And I appreciated that the General Plan Advisory Committee members at that time were direct and felt comfortable enough to provide their input as to what was really not workable with the original statement brought forward. So this committee really did a remarkable amount of work to refine and integrate the public input that was extensive, as previous speakers have just mentioned, to bring to you this evening what is a really good foundation for moving forward with creating the various elements and chapters for the general plan. Having said that, one thing I would like to see moving forward is an inclusion of input from experienced individuals and organizations here in Petaluma who have devoted lives to areas of environmental protection, conservation, and the awareness that it's really clear that the consultants in many ways do not have the experience or connection to certain parts of the former general plan or historic knowledge that might be carried over in order to move forward. So I see the working groups that have been formed as a way for that input to occur. But what I do know is that it is up to the integrity of the General Plan Advisory Committee members in order to ensure that inclusion of all Petalumans, and especially those of us who have pretty deep experience in many areas. Just as an example, I attended every single meeting of the former or the current, the one general plan that we're under now. Every one of those meetings several years ago, hours and hours and hours of input advocating for open space and environmental protection. And it was an uphill battle the whole way. So I appreciate the atmosphere that's being created by the General Plan Advisory Committee members and look forward to participating. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, at this point, that is the last public commenter.
Okay, thank you. And we will close public comment on this item. And I want to bring it back to see if anybody on staff wants to, or the consultant wants to say anything, or else I will ask our city manager who has her hand up to say something.
Thank you.
You go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just not only recognize the GPAC and the working group for developing this incredible vision statement that really represents our community. I want to thank staff, Heather and David and Kelsey, and our staff, our consultants at Ramey and Associates for facilitating this conversation and helping us come to this wonderful foundation to develop a bold vision for Petaluma. So just thank you, everyone. I think our community is going to see themselves in this vision statement. So thank you so much for all of your work.
Okay, thank you. So now I can say you can go forward and work hard. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. And with that, we're going to take a 5-minute break on the council, and it is 9:20 right now. So we'll be back at 9:25 and go to the next item at that time. Thank you. Okay, I think it's 9:25. I don't know if everybody's back on the meeting. I see a couple, 3, 4. Five, 6, 7. I think we're all here. I am not seeing our city attorney. But maybe he just has his, Eric, are you here?
It's midnight where he is.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I don't know, as city manager, should we continue? I'm not sure if the city attorney is on the call yet.
And I think you can go ahead and continue, and I will ping him and see if he's on this.
Okay, thank you. All right. Oh, there he is. There he is. I see him. Okay, thank you, Eric. Okay, so we are now back from recess, and we are going to item, what is this? 5C. And this is to adopt a resolution approving a short-term cash flow loan of up to 1.1 million from the city general fund for local match required to receive the State of California Housing and Community Development Home Key 2 Award. So we'll go to our housing coordinator, Karen Shimizu.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm going to share my screen. I have a brief presentation. Why is that not coming up? There we go. Okay, are we good? Ready to go?
Karen, it looks like you're in presenter mode, so we can see the current slide as well as the next slide.
This always happens to me. Okay, how's that?
There you go.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be before you this evening. Based on the agenda, is pretty busy this evening, so there is a lot of great information that was included on the project in the staff report. I'm going to do a high-level overview that's going to talk just about the project, the timeline, and the funding. So really just kind of highlighting those key areas. So our key partners in the project are Burbank Housing, COTS, and the County of Sonoma. They have ownership roles, service provider roles, and proposed funding to support the project for us. The goal is we will have 60 units of permanent supportive housing for our chronically homeless community members, with housing vouchers that will provide rental assistance, as well as it will help support the intensive case management and client services on site. The project timeline is very condensed, very quick. We have actually put together 3 different teams to be working on it. One is going to be working on acquisition and legal, that'll be working on acquisition of the property and drafting the funding documents with HCD and the city. The second one will be focused on the architectural design, the building permitting and construction. And the third team that'll be formed to be working on it is going to be a team that's going to be focused on leasing up of the units. We'll have 60 new units. We'll be working with Burbank and COTS, as well as making sure that those clients have the support they need to be able to get moved into our community. This next is just kind of high-level outline in regard to how the funding for the project and kind of the Home Key Award works. So we have a capital baseline award of 12 million, plus we have additional capital based on our local match, as well as operational subsidy. We received a bonus award for our early application submittal on the project, and then we have pending a bonus award of an additional $600,000 if we meet that 8 months in having initial occupancy completed for the project. Our total Home Key Award from the state is $15,680,000. $80,000 plus. So before you this evening is the discussion of the providing the local match. So in order to get that capital match requirement, the state provided us in the funding application of the $1.583274 million. We reached out. We're talking with the we talked with the county. We requested a capital match of $700,000 towards the project that's actually on the Board of Supervisors agenda tomorrow. So we will have a final determination of that. And the remaining local match required for the project is $883,274. So the item before you tonight is adopting a resolution approving a short-term cash flow loan of up to $1.1 million. I do want to comment that when we put together the funding for the project, we had initially identified our PLHA funding. It's a new program through the state of California, as well as the Local Housing Trust Fund, which is a program where we can apply for matching funds. The timeline on the Local Housing Trust Fund for the matching funds, the application HCD is supposed to be publishing that in March. I believe applications are due in May and the awards would be announced in October. So staff anticipates being able to come back to council and to present the plan for the housing division repaying that short-term cash flow loan for the project. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I did want to say that this evening with us, we do have Mark Krug and Rich Wallach, both of Burbank Housing, as well as Chuck Fernandez with COTS. And we're able to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to announce at this time we have 43 people in 43 participants in tonight's meeting. I'm going to call on the Vice Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor. I just had one question, I suppose for Karen. I was wondering what the limitations are on those $600,000 bonus payments.
In regard, yeah, it's not really limitations. They were financial incentives that were built into the program by HCD. So in order to submit an application before January 1st, we received the $600,000, and that goes into either capital or operational subsidy wherever it's needed in the project. And then the other incentive of the $600,000, it's $10,000 per unit for completing the project within a short amount of time, which is 8 months. And so this was something new that they incorporated into the second round of Home Key. Because they want applicants to be awarded the funding and get these projects put in service.
I don't guess that could be used for the local match, though, correct?
No, the bonus wouldn't be used. It's already worked into the capital and acquisition costs and service costs for the project.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands up. So we'll go to public comment on this item. And I will ask our city clerk if she's received any public comments on this item.
Madam Mayor, no public comments were received for this item.
Okay, thank you. And I will ask our moderator to see if there's anyone in the Zoom audience who would like to speak to this item, and we'll open public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Those wishing to participate in public comment must raise their virtual hand and wait to be called on by the moderator. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. Your microphone will be muted at the end of the countdown. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. And Madam Mayor, at this point, it does not appear that we have any public speakers.
Okay, so with that, we will close public comment and I will bring it back to the council. Councilmember Healy. Councilmember Healy, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I just wanted to commend staff for the great work on this, and I think all my questions have been answered, and I'm prepared to move the item at this time.
So is that a motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember King.
Thank you. I will just say that when the email from City Manager Flynn came in with the amount that the city was awarded, I had to reread it to make sure that I hadn't miscounted the numbers. So congratulations to everybody who made this happen. I look forward to this project becoming reality, and I second the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
Echo the sentiments from the prior two council members. Really appreciative of staff's work on this. I'm really excited to see how the project plays out. You know, there's a swimming pool there. I don't know whether people will be swimming laps or what, but it could be kind of fun. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out. My one comment is I hope that we look for things like the ability to put the tiny homes in the parking spaces. There's at least 60 parking spaces on the property. And, you know, we know that we've all seen what the O'Briens have put together, and I certainly would support stacking as many units in here as we can, and just using up the site to its fullest potential. But yeah, it's exactly what Councilmember King said. I was just really excited to see the award, and I'm excited to see the progress too. 8 months is quick. Thank you.
It is. Thank you very much. And so we have a motion and a second. Motion by Healy, second by King, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hosake.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you all very, very much. And with that, we're going to go to a public hearing, and this is to adopt a resolution accepting the housing element progress report for the 2021 calendar year and direct staff to submit the report to the State of California Department of Housing and Community Development. And we will again have Karen Shimizu give this report.
Great. Good evening, Madam Mayor. I'm going to share my screen. I have a presentation this evening. Okay. Can you see that? There we go. Okay. Good evening, council members. Thank you for your support on the last item. That's a very exciting project. So good evening. This evening, we're here to talk about our annual housing element progress report. This is an item that's brought before you every year. And again, I wanted to say that I'm doing an abbreviated presentation based on the busy agenda this evening, but there was a lot of great information included in the full staff report. So we're going to give you the presentation, just a little bit of background and progress towards meeting our RHNA goals, some of the highlights on our affordable housing projects we have working, and then we're going to touch a little bit on the update of the 6th cycle for what our RHNA numbers are looking like. So with that being said, want to talk about, a little bit about the formal structure. So we have the housing element that goes from the 2015 to the 2023 planning cycle. The city is required to maintain the conditions to do this annual report, to present it, to receive public input, and submit it to HCD every year. The one thing I wanted to highlight in this report is it's a rather large Excel workbook, but really what it's focused on is it's right in the title, but it's the progress that we're making, and that's the progress we're making in different areas of our housing production. So, one area they talk about is pipeline projects. Those are applications submitted or in the process of have approved entitlements. The next area that I'm going to touch on a little bit tonight is more in the area of building permits. Those are, approved building permits. That's really kind of more of a key measure as far as projects we know are going to be moving forward. And then also the total number of certificates of occupancy. And those are our numbers with our completed units. So with that, what I'd like to say is that in, what this chart is, it reflects the building permits that were issued by year in the 4 income categories. So when we take a look at the 2021 numbers, you'll take a look at that very low income number. Those 25 units were actually our interim housing units because they were permitted units. So we reviewed it, the definition on that, we were able to include those. And then the other, we had, between moderate and 81 to 120%, 29 units. So when you take a look at those totals and what we were able to achieve, the numbers didn't really change that much. We still know that, the city has work that we need to do in that very low and low income area. And with that, I wanted to just kind of highlight a little bit about the great work that's happening in those areas. So a lot of you have heard, us talk about the pipeline of projects and the timing it takes to do affordable housing units. The People's Village is really exciting. That will be fully occupied by the end of the period by June. We're going to be moving in the first phase of folks this Friday. Then we also have our PEP housing, but this is a really good example when we're taking a look at those the progress reports. We'd anticipated the PEP development to be open earlier this year or even last fall, but based on delays with supply chain and the impacts of COVID, they're actually going to be leasing that property up and moving residents in July of this year. Then we have some other great work that you're familiar with. We have the Mid-Penn housing project. We have Burbank Housing has a proposed 50 units. They're still working on additional funding, as well as the Danco project that's there. And then most importantly, we actually have the Home Key project, which will be coming online before the end of the year. So I just kind of wanted to bring that up as a snapshot, that as we're working forward on projects, just even within our affordable housing inventory, you can see that based on funding and timing, how projects can either move faster or a little bit slower. With that being said, I wanted to go ahead and turn the conversation into focusing on the 6th cycle RHNA housing numbers. These are approved numbers. As you can see, that's a significant number of total units there. But when we take a look at the previous screen, when we talked about those affordable housing developments that are, actually in the pipeline and moving forward, we're making some really good progress so far on our next RHNA numbers, which will be for the very low income units, which are usually more challenging to bring online. In the staff report, I did include kind of an update of kind of some key dates that we will be presenting, the housing element and some of those key elements. And I'm sure Heather Hines could comment on that more if you have specific questions. But that is the presentation for this evening. Again, you have a very busy agenda, and so there's a lot of great information in the staff report, but staff is available to answer any of your questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Karen. And I'll see if anybody on the council has a question for you at this point. Not seeing any hands raised. This is a public, I do see a hand raised. Councilmember McDonald.
Sorry to be slow out of the gate there. Could you repeat that Danco timeline again? Yeah, that one kind of fast. A lot of one. This one kind of fast. Danco's timeline?
Yeah, the Danco project currently, they are applying the city approved $2 million to support the project. They are in the process of applying for tax credits. I believe the application is due in March, and they will find out about awards in June or July. If for some chance they're not funded in that round, there is a second round of tax credits. And the applications would be going in probably July, and I believe the funding comes out for that on October. And so they have a couple opportunities, as well as they are applying for other programs within HCD that really speaks to having a transit-oriented development.
Well, definitely, our fingers crossed. But that's the difference between entitlements and the certificates of occupancy. I really appreciate you touched on that. With only 23 certificates of occupancy this year, that's like no housing, and 77 last year and 107 in 2018. It feels like we're growing like crazy, but it doesn't appear we're opening any doors. So I think the only metric in here can be the certificates of occupancy. We're doing the part we can for entitlement. Let's see, I did look down at the completed entitlements, and there's one of those that's in there. Well, there's only 300 for this year, 302, 297 are in one apartment complex. And that one, I don't believe has any affordable housing proposed for it. Is that correct?
Is it the Riverview Apartments?
Casa Grande?
Yeah, like by the dog park, by the Rocky Dog Park.
I assume that's the same one, right?
Yeah, that one, that's correct. If we're talking about the Riverview apartment, I think it was 264 or something along those lines, apartments that does not have any on-site inclusionary because it was under that completeness prior to, I think it was January 1, 2019, when the city council adopted the inclusionary ordinance.
I'm hopeful that if we approve such large developments, we'll find a way to benefit either from units in the apartments or from fees that they can put into all the other good projects we have going. I was curious about that one. And then in this year's totals, the complete entitlements, there's only 5 low income and they're non-deed restricted. Two-part question. One is, what are those 5? And then 2, why are the mid-pens and Burbanks that we've been talking about not included? Are they last year's or next year's?
So Burbank, it has its entitlements, but has not submitted for building permit. So it would have been under entitlements from previous years and has not yet applied for building permit. Mid-Penn is pulling their building permits, so it will be under 2022 as building permits. So they have their entitlements. It's my understanding that they're looking to break ground next month. So that one is looking good and moving forward, but that one will be under building permits in the 2022 year.
So I guess the point is it takes a very long time to get from entitlement to building to open. So we only have 5 this year and they're non-deed restricted?
It's especially a lot of the affordable. I think that's a good point because the 100% affordable projects, they need their entitlements to go after funding. And then the funding, oftentimes it takes a couple rounds in order to get the multiple sources of funding to make the project work. So I think that is especially true with what you're seeing with our 100% affordable projects.
Thank you. The 5 non-deed restricted, are those ADUs or?
Karen, I don't know if you have that off the top of your.
I believe they are ADUs. There was a lot of ADUs.
Well, ADUs made up a great in the current cycle. ADUs can be counted as non-deed restricted moderate units. So you'll see in terms of building permits for this year, I think there was something like 27, 29, something like that. The vast majority of those permits for the non-deed restricted moderate were ADUs. In the 6th cycle, we actually get to count ADUs across several different income categories. So it's 30% moderate, 30% low, and 30% very low is how we will be able to count them. And when HCD looks at our trends for ADU production, which is on average in the 5th cycle was 18 units per year. So we're able to count 144 units, 30% in very low, 30% low, 30% moderate, and 10% above moderate for 144 ADUs. So the state is changing the way we get to categorize ADUs moving forward.
That'll be great. The 144, that's the whole RENA cycle, the 8 years.
It's 18 times 8.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Actually, I think we learned a lot from those questions and answers, so I appreciate that. So I will ask our city clerk if she's received any correspondence on this item.
Madam Mayor, the city received no public comments for this item.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so I will ask our moderator to see if there's anyone in the Zoom audience who would like to speak in public comment on this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Those wishing to participate in public comment must raise their virtual hand and wait to be called on by the moderator. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. First speaker that we have is Taryn Obaid. Taryn, I will now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Hi, 2 quick questions, please, for clarification of the public who's not completely immersed in this. And that would be number 1, interim units. By descriptor, I'm assuming that they are temporary. They have an end date. If we do interim units and then they go away, well, interim units appears to count toward RENA. If they then go away, can we retain credit for them in a RENA cycle? And then in the next RENA cycle, introduce more or produce more interim units to apply toward the subsequent RENA cycle? That's one question. And then the second question, please, is Councilmember Barnacle's idea about a commune. Or in the past, we've talked about tent cities. Can Karen, pardon me, what's your title, Karen? Can you please comment on how that could factor in our future element? Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, that is the last hand we have raised.
Thank you. With that, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to staff. I don't know if staff is actually prepared to answer those questions.
I can answer.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for those questions, Terrence. So in regard to the interim units, the idea would be that if they were removed from the COT sites, that they would be relocated into the community. So those would be maintained. The units that we purchased have a long-term life, and they can be reassembled in a different location. That's kind of the beauty of having those interim units. We did take a look at the definition as to how HCD determines a unit, and it's a separate entrance where or they have a separate area where you can sleep. It's not anything that's not a congregate shelter setting. If you'd like, I can send you the information on the actual definition, so I don't get too housing term wonky here. And then the other question that you had about the tent city, the city has not had any formal conversations about that. We are working on planning a homeless services kind of community workshop to provide information regarding different options, the existing level of services that the city is providing, how our different programs and housing solutions come into play. So while we don't have any formal discussion going about that, it has been mentioned by different community members.
Karen, do you want to add what the date is of that housing workshop?
Yes, Peggy, I believe it is May 31st that we're planning on doing. It is the Tuesday after Memorial Day weekend. And that will be an evening workshop where we're still working out the details. It'll probably be at the Petaluma Community Center. It'll start at about 6 p.m. We're hoping to be able to provide a lot of information and articles for the community ahead of time and push that out via social media. So it's not just seeking community input, but it's really an opportunity to educate the community on, homeless services, what are best practices, and what's working, what's not. So there'll be more information coming out soon on that.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And so now we are bringing it back to the council for a motion for the resolution. So I am looking for a hand. Okay, Councilmember Fisher.
Yeah, I'll move approval of the item.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
I'll second that.
Okay, and so we have a motion by Fisher, a second by McDonald, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the hard work staff has been doing on housing. We're really starting to actually see some results, so we really appreciate that. Now we're on to unfinished business, and this is item 7A, the adoption second reading of Ordinance 2802 NCS, amending the Petaluma Municipal Code, Section 17.14, to codify universal design standards for new residential dwellings to enhance the full life cycle use of housing and implement citywide work plan item number 95 to adopt a visitability ordinance. So we will ask Heather Hines to start this off.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So this is second reading. The vote that the council took on the first reading was not unanimous, and so therefore it is on as unfinished business and not consent. We did publish the synopsis in the Argus as is required when the initial vote at first reading is not unanimous. And are before you tonight for the second reading. No changes were requested to the ordinance during the first reading. No changes have been made. So the ordinance before you for second reading is as reviewed previously. We did receive one public comment on this item, raising some concerns about the impact to projects in the M1A zoning district. So I just want to kind of touch on a couple things related to that comment. So in the MU1A district, residential is allowed as a conditional use permit. Residential as part of a mixed use building is a permitted use, but does require that residential be on upper floors. It's through a footnote in the land use table that specifies upper floors. So one of the concerns that came up from the commenter was how do you do a mixed use building with residential on top and meet the universal design criteria that does come into play without putting an elevator in. So that was the concern that came up. There was a question about pipeline provisions in the ordinance, and I did want to clarify that the pipeline provisions in the ordinance did specify that any project that did have site plan and architectural review approval prior to the effective date of this ordinance would be exempt from the provisions of this ordinance, recognizing that this ordinance can have design changes to a project, and if they're far along with their SPAR approval, it could have significant impacts to change the project. So to address these concerns, if it is something that council would like us to look into, one of the options that might best address this is to modify that footnote for the MU1A, where residential in a mixed use building would be allowed on upper floors or behind a street fronting use, or elsewhere through a use permit, which is similar to what we have amended other footnotes. So I think it's footnote 6 in the land use table, allows a ground floor street fronting use with the residential behind it. So you still have that activation at the street front. So that would be one option that we could pursue and bring back before council address that concern. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
So for clarification, are you asking us to weigh in on a possible change to footnote 6 as part of this second reading, or just give you direction?
Just direction. Obviously, if we came back with a footnote change to the code, it would need to come through as a zoning code update, and we'd need to process that as required by the zoning code. But that is wanted to offer that as a potential option for a code amendment that would address some of the concerns raised in the public comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher.
Yeah, I think we do need that in order to accommodate mixed use developments and meet this ordinance. So I would certainly be in favor of bringing that forward.
Okay, thank you. And I will weigh in to say I agree with that. I think it's a very good idea. And I see Councilmember McDonald has his hand up and Councilmember King.
Well, and just generally, I support that too. I think it's a great catch. You're not seeing any downside or compromise to the ordinance based on this.
I don't. I think that if we bring forward and in relatively, it would need, we'd want to do that sooner than later for any project that might come forward in the MU1A district to ensure that we're not precluding, the other intentions, which is something that we did talk about at the Planning Commission, wanting to make sure we did not create challenges to getting the mixed use development that we want to see in our mixed use zoning districts. So I think that would be, staff would be more supportive of coming back with that type of amendment to the code as opposed to outright exempting any project in an MU1A zoning district.
It's hard enough to get mixed use projects. Any amendment to make it take hurdles away is a great one. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember King.
Yes, I agree with going in that direction, taking a look at what our options are with respect to that.
Thank you very much. And that's, I think that's a majority. So you've got some direction there. If I don't have any more council member comments, I would like to see if we have open public comment and see if we've received any comment on this from the city clerk.
Madam Mayor, the city did receive one public comment that was posted online.
Thank you very much. And so we will open public comment, and I will ask our moderator to see if there's anyone in the Zoom audience who would like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Those wishing to participate in public comment must raise a virtual hand and wait to be called on by the moderator. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. Mayor, at this point, there do not appear to be any public speakers.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll close public comment and bring it back and for the second reading, Councilmember King
I'll move the item.
and Councilmember Fisher.
Good.
So there's a motion by King, a second by Fisher, and we will have a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
No,
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Kosike.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1. Councilmember Healy voted no.
Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to move on to item 7B. And this is an introduction first reading of an ordinance approving an amended and restated lease agreement with Rooster Run Golf Club LLC, continued from February 28th. And Assistant City Manager Cochran will lead this off.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, council members. And yes, this is a continuation. This item before you is a continuation of the discussion that we began having back on February 28th, and it's the possible introduction of an ordinance approving a new lease agreement with Rooster Run Golf Club LLC for operation of the course out at the city-owned property there. As you may recall, we had virtually the entire lease completed and ready for you to approve at that time back on February 28th. However, there were a number of sort of last minute negotiating points that did come up between the city and Rooster Run, and we were not able to conclude all of those discussions in time for your ultimate consideration back of the lease back in February. So I think we've resolved those issues at this point, and we do have an agreement, a new lease, as well as a new recycled water agreement that we are recommending approval from the council tonight. And then I believe the operator, Rooster Run Golf Club LLC, is on board with your approval as well. So just a little bit in the way of reminders, I think it's important to reflect that we're not operating in a vacuum in terms of drafting a whole new lease from whole cloth. So the existing lease dates way back to the early 90s. So it's very old, and there have been 5 amendments to the lease since that time. So just in terms of administration and trying to figure out what are the latest prevailing provisions within that overall lease document, it really requires whether it's Eric or Jordan in the city attorney's office or somebody from Rooster Run to go back through and read the original lease, all the amendments, to kind of sift through what the right answer to any given question is. So one of the key goals that we had with this process in negotiating a new longer term lease for Rooster Run was to consolidate all of the original agreement plus the amendments so that it is easier to administer for ourselves as well as for future generations who may still be administering this agreement. So I think that's important to remember. And so I wanted to just run through the basic deal points that we are looking at. Some of them have been modified slightly to reflect the overall tenor of the negotiations. So wanted to highlight some of those that may differ slightly from where we thought we were landing back on February 28th. This would be a 20-year lease agreement initially, beginning July 1 of this year with a 16-year extension option. The base rental rate, so that's basically the rate that the city would receive as a rental rate for the privilege of operating the golf course, would be 2% of the Rooster Run's gross revenues for the first 10 years, 3% each year for the next 10 years, and then 4.5% once we moved into that option term beginning in year 21. The definition of gross revenues is unchanged from before. I know that was initially something that we were in negotiations with Rooster Run over, but we have left that alone for now. There are some new provisions for recreation programming, so guaranteed access to event space there at the golf course, as well as an annual discussion between Rooster Run and our Parks and Recreation Department about potential programming that may operate out there at the course. We do have some requirements for the maintenance of the course, including a commitment from Rooster Run to participate in the Audubon International standards for golf course maintenance. So we have baked that into the lease provisions, as well as the existing ban on any glyphosate use at the property. There are some improvements that are needed at Rooster Run, including new roofs on buildings, repaving and restriping of various surfaces, etc. Rooster Run is also agreeing to put up a roof-mounted solar array that would contribute toward offsetting the electrical usage out at the facility. Additionally, there is a sort of new feature that beginning in 2028, the Rooster Run would need to create a renovation and modernization trust fund. So annually, that would be 3% of gross revenues that would go into that fund to help offset future capital improvements that are required at the park, or I should say at the course. Wanted to touch on a couple other items specifically because this is the one that was probably the biggest point of negotiation over the last 3 weeks or so, and that is the requirement to enter into a new recycled water agreement. So the existing agreement, again, was quite old, from back in the 90s, and it looked like, looking back at the documents, there was an update in 2005. But we really wanted to bring this agreement kind of up to a modern agreement, modern era with the realities of recycled water that the city is facing. So we have come to agreement to recommend a new recycled water agreement. It was attached as the final attachment, and it will be Exhibit F to the agreement if you choose to go ahead and approve that tonight. It provides a significantly increased rate for the recycled water out at Rooster Run. It's more than a 6-fold increase over the rate that they have been paying for a number of years now. And it also provides the city with some additional curtailment provisions. If we do get into major drought situations like we have been tending to see, we do have additional ability to work with them in, say, the summer months to reduce usage. I think it's important to note in that as well that Rooster Run, prior to the implementation of recycled water there at the course, they do have some wells that are drilled out at the course, and so that is another possible water source that they could tap into to irrigate the course if needed. So that was a significant point of discussion over the past few weeks, and I believe we've landed at a spot that staff is comfortable moving forward with the recommendation on approval of that agreement. And then the last thing that I'll mention, and then I will turn it over for any questions, is there was a public comment that we heard back in February about maintenance of trees related to the airport easement, and we did add additional language that clarified the operator's responsibility to maintain that easement in an appropriate way per guidelines. And so that there's been some language added into, I believe, section 9.6 that reflects that obligation on the part of Rooster Run. So those are the main deal points. We're happy to respond to questions, or if there are specific sections that you'd like any of us to talk through, we're happy to do that. Eric, city attorney, and I have been working on the bulk of the negotiations over the last number of weeks. We also have a number of other staff experts here with us, including Drew Halter, our Director of Parks and Recreation, Jason Farnsworth, our Deputy Director of Public Works and Utilities, who really is our specialist in terms of the recycled water. If you have specific questions about the recycled water enterprise, and Christopher Bolt, our Director of Public Works and Utilities, is with us as well. So happy to open it up for any questions that the council may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I see we have one hand up already, and that's Councilmember Fisher.
I do have a couple of questions. A question about gross revenues and why you decided to take food concessions out of it.
Yeah, so the short answer there is that from everything we can see in Rooster Run's financials, the food sales is already basically a money loser for them. There's not really a full service restaurant. It's more like snacks and vending machine type of sales. And so it didn't quite feel right to add in the fact that they would need to pay additional rental rate on a operation that's already not making money for them.
Okay, and then follow up to that. So the city events that are going to be allowed there, will we be able to bring in our own food vendors then? Or is that discussed at all?
That is a good question. I believe that actually is addressed in the section. I don't know, Eric, if you remember off the top of your head. It does say that we get the facility for no cost, but I'm not sure about catering.
I think it's purposely left open, Brian. I'm just looking at it now. Shifting to that, if you bear with me just a moment, council. Because that hasn't been a feature of the lease, as Brian mentioned, that's new, along with the coordination. Well, there were some elements of coordination with the Parks and Rec Department before, but they've been, I would say, clarified and strengthened. So I think here we go. I think we purposely left that open. Let's see, that's on page 11 of the lease. 13.7A is the municipal events. It just says that we will agree on annually each July on the dates for up to 4 municipal events sponsored by the city. There will be no charge to the city for use of the leased premises. The lessee's then in effect fee shall apply to lessee services that are utilized during the municipal events. So we could use, for example, their catering if they're operating that, and then we'd pay those costs. If we chose not to, we wouldn't. So we left it flexible on purpose, and that was something that we were able to reach tentative agreement on with the LLC, obviously subject to the council's approval. So that's left open.
So we could use our own catering.
Yes.
Correct.
And Brian, the placeholders for Exhibit E through G, E, F, and G, are they still just placeholders, or is there something there? Because you didn't include them in there.
Yeah, it's a good question. So Exhibit E, I believe, is all of the old documents. So it's the original lease and all 5 of the amendments. So that will just get inserted in from existing PDFs of those old documents. Exhibit F is the recycled water agreement, so that would be substituted in for Exhibit F. And then Exhibit G is the future course capital improvement plans that would be implemented. And so those will be discussed in the future with city staff once the 2028 timeline comes and goes for the deposits into that renovation and maintenance trust fund.
Okay, great. And this isn't a question, it's actually a comment. Again, putting a 40-year asphalt roof on in 2022 doesn't seem like a really good idea. They could put an integrated roof on, and we actually have a local manufacturer that can do solar and a roof, and really encouraging people that are replacing roofs to do so. So just want to voice that as an option, and wish it would have been a requirement. It's a little bit more expensive, but as long as you're replacing a roof, I would just assume our buildings have an integrated roof system like that if we're replacing roofs. I think it'll serve us much better in the long term.
Thank you. I will say that when the packet was updated, F was included in it, the new statement there. Other questions from staff or comments before we go to public comment? Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, just one question. On the 5 golf courses that are listed in there, are those all operated by a different company?
I may need to ask Drew to answer that. I don't know, Drew, do you know the answer to that question?
I know, thank you for the question, council member, and Madam Mayor, appreciate the opportunity to provide some insight. I don't know. I can confirm that there's not one sole operator that manages all 4. I think some are managed by a operator through contract, and some are publicly owned in different ways.
Okay, thank you.
Did that answer your question?
Not really, no.
Do you want to rephrase it?
Does Mr. Coombs operate any of those 5 golf courses?
I believe he operates the Windsor course. Drew, is that
Yes,
right?
but the Windsor course is operated by Mr. Coombs.
But not like a majority of them, right? I guess what I'm getting at is, if they're setting green fees and it's the same operator who operates all the courses, they could be, setting green fees and using that average, right?
Right, no. Windsor would be
Okay.
the only other course operated by Mr. Coombs.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Here and can confirm also, council member, but I believe it's correct that it's only the Windsor course that he operates, or an entity he's has an interest in operates.
No, that's fine. That's the only question I had was if it was, a majority or all of them. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any other hands up, I think we should go to public comment. And I will ask our city clerk if she's received any public comment on this item.
Madam Mayor, the city received no public comments on this item.
Thank you very much. And I will ask our moderator to see if there's anyone in our Zoom audience who would like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Those wishing to participate in public comment must raise a virtual hand and wait to be called on by the moderator. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. The first speaker that we have is S. Kirks, followed by Taryn Obaid. S. Kirks, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you, Aaron. Well, I have a few comments about the section on park maintenance standards, mentioning that the golf course will comply with or operate according to standards of Audubon International or a comparable agency or organization. For the city council's information, Audubon International is a large profit-making organization that has no affiliation whatsoever with the National Audubon Society or any Audubon organization in the United States. Several years ago, there was quite a bit of controversy about this group deciding to take on the so-called Audubon name, which certainly most people, and especially those in athletics who may not be involved in environmental issues, wouldn't understand the difference. And what I think this points to is our city's absence of depth in issues related to the environment. And it's not to say anything negative about Drew. I know what his background is, and I was involved with Parks and Rec long before Drew joined the city. And I know that Drew is very dedicated and works very diligently. But, this is almost laughable, to be honest. And if the city is actually interested in some form of environmental standards that Rooster Run should follow, then actual conservationists, for example, with the actual Audubon Society, could be involved and give input. There could be a collaboration among 1, 2, or 3 county, regional, local environmental organizations to support Rooster Run's interest in environmental standards. And then lastly, from that section, I noticed that glyphosate is not allowed at the golf course, but that's the only mention there. So is there a standard the city is looking toward where no herbicides, no pesticides of any kind should be utilized there? Of course, the environment is degraded in that area of the city, including the community ball fields park that took the last open grassland and damaged or took wetlands area. But we should be doing everything we can legitimately related to environmental standards. And that's pretty weak.
Your time has expired. The next speaker that we have is Taryn Obaid, followed by Rick Dusty. Taryn, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Hey, thank you. I have a question. I'm super appreciative of the direction that our city council is moving us in our community towards more out of the box thinking and more appropriate climate solutions. It's the Petaluma brand. It's emerging. Our brand is moving to a higher level than other cities. And you all have been wonderful in getting us there. And so my question is, per our Petaluma brand, which is a leading edge brand, has this negotiation process included discussion about turning this golf course into a brown golf course, which is a trend that's been well underway for over 5 years. Some pretty darn posh golf courses have gone brown. I think, all water, it's one big system, whether it's underground, whether it's above ground, whether it's clean water, whether it's gray water, whether it's rain, moisture up in the sky. We're getting really clear that water is precious. And so perhaps our gray water could be better utilized elsewhere, whether it needs to be trucked to trees to save our precious tree canopy. Or, used elsewhere. So has there been, this is my question, please, has there been discussion about Petaluma being a first in offering along the lines of these other posh California golf courses, a brown golf course with accents that are native drought resistant clusters? I mean, it could be a beautiful thing and a boon, right? A real boon. Turn this drought into a boon, a boost to our brand and a boon for the revenue generation. Thank you very much. That's it.
The next speaker that we have is Rick Dusty. Rick, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you. And thank you, Mayor Barrett and City Council persons. So as you recall, I was the one that brought up the tree issue a couple weeks ago, and I'm satisfied with the changes that have been made to the agreement. I think it will resolve that issue. As I said a couple weeks ago, I fully support the new lease. I think it's important that we allow the operator to be a viable entity. They've developed this course on their own dime, and they operate it at their own expense, no expense to the city. We just share in a portion of the revenue. So I think it's important that they be viable to offer the level of services that the city deserves, and that makes our only public course a successful course and one we can be proud of. So anyway, thank you for resolving the tree issue, and I support the new lease going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, the last hand raised we have is the Rooster Run operator, Mr. Coombs. How would you like to approach this public comment or this?
I think he can speak for the 3 minutes, and then I would ask him if he would like to stay around so that if council has comments or questions of him, we could ask him directly.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Coombs, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you, Council. My name is Richard Coombs. I'm the general partner of Rooster Run LLC. I want to thank the staff for the time and energy that they put into this. This is a long and complicated process. Compiling the documents over the last 23 years obviously has crossed many, many different city departments. Just a brief summary. Again, I've heard the word new lease. It's not. It's an amended lease. Per city attorney, the idea was let's merge all of the past amendments into a consolidated document. So it is an amended and restated lease, and I think that's important. Our original obligation to you as a city caused us to expend over $7 million. Not all of it was ours. Some of it was Exchange Bank's, which is also part of this process. And again, through staff's help, we believe the bank is now satisfied with the language. And particularly, we want to thank all the different staff people, Peggy, Brian, Eric, Jordan, Drew, Corey, and Jason, and the rest of the staff that have spent all of these hours to get to this agreement. We now look forward to the rest of the process, which is finishing with the bank and then quickly moving forward with the improvements. And in particular, the main one that we were asked regarding part of being an innovative carbon reducing facility, it was to go ahead and put in the solar installation. And in addition to that, it's the repainting, the re-roofing, and also the restart. One of the things that came up at the end was the restriping of the parking lot. I do want to say I'm very proud of our staff there. Our head pro's been there for all 23 years, as well as many of the other staff. And I'm very proud that we have few, if not any, complaints. Jordan told me the one complaint that she had received was somebody felt that the parking lot needed to be restriped. And once I looked at it, she was right. So we added it to the required improvements. The golf business has been very difficult. It's gotten a little better in the last couple of years, but it's been extremely difficult since the 2008 recession. We believe this will put us on a good footing, and we believe in the next 6 to 9 months, the facility will literally look brand new once everything is up and taken care of. And I'm absolutely here to answer any and all questions you may have.
Thank you. And at this point, Madam Mayor, there are no other commenters.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, we'll close public comment, but we will keep Mr. Coombs alive so that we can ask any questions should we have any direct questions for him. So I will bring it back to council and start the discussion. Okay, I will start the discussion if I didn't see anybody jumping up with their hands. One of the public speakers just brought up the question of, letting the course go brown. I am particularly concerned with the recycled water rates that are being charged. And I know this is not a new lease, but it is an amended lease. And it is based on, changes from the original time to now. And in all leases, everything is up for negotiation. And unfortunately for Mr. Coombs, we are facing this at a time when we are in a very, very serious drought. In fact, I read the worst in 1,200 years, which I'm not exactly sure how they measure that. But I will take that at least as an indicator that it is a very serious drought. And we're asking everybody who gets water from our city to cut back and limit what they're doing in terms of irrigation, and even cut back and shorten our showers and how we go about using water day to day in our homes. And it seems to me that even though this water that we're talking about for this site in this lease is the non-potable purple pipe water, it is all going to outdoor use, and it is all going to make grass green. And I'm just really not comfortable with asking, charging a very, very low rate, 4% of what the actual rate is for customers, that will all go to watering lawn. And if other golf courses are able to go ahead and keep their business thriving without having all green all the time, lawns everywhere, maybe you need it at the putting green. We can, that's certainly a negotiation. But I'm just not comfortable, telling our agricultural people outside our city that no, we can't increase the amount of water we're giving you because we're putting it into golfing greens. So that's my level of discomfort. I also share the same level of discomfort about the new standard we are setting for the lawn upkeep by turning it over to an agreement between the Audubon International Golf Course Group and the owner, where the city's not really part of that discussion at all. And I did do a Google check on this group, and it is absolutely not associated with the Audubon Society. And the Audubon Society even sued and unfortunately lost to keep them from using that name for exactly the purpose that I think people think it's a good idea, is that they think, oh, Audubon Society, well, that's good. It's not associated with it. And there was nothing included in our staff report that indicated what the standards of that group were. And when I went onto their website, I didn't really find anything other than that they work with each course individually and come to an agreement for that specific course. Well, on what basis? I that's not laid out. And I think the city of Petaluma has been working very hard to raise our level, and by saying that no glyphosate, well, that's good, but I don't think it's enough. And there are other products that are not glyphosate, but that are not products that we want to proliferate through our community. And so those are my two main issues with this lease, and I'm not really feeling comfortable with it at all. So with that, I will ask if anyone else on the, I see Councilmember Fisher has her hand up.
Well, I question whether or not golf courses are our future. I know it has been our past, but again, to your point, with the extended drought, I don't see letting up unless we significantly change our ways and what we've done to the atmosphere. Is this a viable use for this property? It's 126 acres that does provide an important recreation. I understand that, but to your point, Mayor, watering grass when we could be growing food, we might need to be growing food. And so the question is, do we really want to put a 20-year term plus was a 16-year extension on this lease? So I would suggest that that's the part that I'm uncomfortable with, is the length of time.
Councilmember Healy?
Thank you. So, in full disclosure, I'm not a golfer. I've never been a golfer. I don't know which end of a club to hold and which to swing. You wouldn't want to be around me if I tried. But I do think having a publicly open golf course in the community is an important amenity that a lot of our citizens enjoy having. It's recreation. And I certainly realize that staff has made some compromises here. But it appears to me, and staff could explain their thinking a little bit more if they'd like to, and I'd appreciate that. It seems to me that these are a series of compromises and agreements that are designed to allow this amenity for the community to continue going forward. We've had one member of the public suggest we put lots of houses on this property. That's not achievable because of airport land use restrictions. It never will be. This is about as intense a use as you can put on the property out there. I would ask staff to maybe explain a little bit more why they compromised the way they have on the wastewater rate, and why they wanted to wean Mr. Coombs or continue to wean them off of using their well system, which they're entitled to do, and they did in the past. But unless I hear something that I'm not expecting, I'm prepared to support this tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Barnacle, followed by Vice Mayor Posake.
I'd actually like to hear staff's response to Councilmember Healy's comments. That would help me.
Okay. Who on staff would like to respond to Councilmember Healy?
Did you want me to go ahead, Mayor?
Yeah, whoever wants to do it. Yes, Assistant City Manager.
Sure. So I agree with the overall characterization that this was a series of compromises and discussions on a whole slew of issues. At the end of the day, the operator is entitled under the existing lease to generate a fair profit, and so that's obviously a piece of the overall equation. There's an existing rental rate that we temporarily lowered during kind of the pandemic period. That is slated to go up significantly in July. And there is as Mr. Coombs alluded to, there is an existing bank loan on the property that the balloon payment has already arrived. It has come and gone. It was due back in December. And so one of the, when we adopted the Fifth Amendment about a year ago, one of the motivations for this next round of negotiations was to ensure that there was the option or that the bank would approve a refinance of that roughly $2.1 million balloon payment that was coming due. And so part of the consideration that the staff has had, as well as Mr. Coombs, is what types of underwriting conditions would be acceptable to the bank to be able to put forward another 20-year loan, refinanced loan on the property. And so that factored significantly into the discussion. Just for example, I think there was a question earlier about the length of time and the term and kind of how long do we want to be committing to this. But my understanding, at least, is that the bank will really only underwrite half of the total years that the lease is going to be in existence for. So, 36-year lease, they'll do, say, roughly an 18 to 20-year loan maximum. So that was one of the considerations that we had. And then to speak a little bit to the recycled water, the rate that Mr. Coombs and that Rooster Run have been paying really since the outset of this agreement is very, very low. And it was $13 per acre foot, which is just, is a tiny fraction of the current cost for recycled water or the cost or the rate that we charge for potable water. So $13 per acre. Did I say 13 per gallon? $13 per acre foot. So in our existing agreement, that rate for just a customer that walks up off the street, so to speak, would be nearly $1,000 an acre foot. But what we had to consider is what would be sustainable for the golf course, which is a publicly owned, public amenity for community members. And so, as well as what will be sustainable for Rooster Run financially to actually pay the money required to irrigate the course. So we had to do some negotiation on that to ensure that we were coming to, again, a financially sustainable rate that also compensated the city for its water. But then, there are some other considerations there, and Jason or Christopher may want to jump in here and may speak a little bit more eloquently about some of the balancing acts that we do with our recycled water system. But when we initiated this agreement with Rooster Run many years ago, we wanted them to take the water. This is part of our, operation to minimize discharges into the river. So we've kind of seen, some things change, obviously, in recycled water in terms of viewing it as a resource, especially in the summer months where, like some folks have alluded to on this call, there is high demand for recycled water. So we're balancing kind of that disposal aspect of the recycled water program with the resource and the irrigation potential that it offers, as well as I think Councilmember Healy mentioned, the existing wells on the property that absolutely could be used instead of recycled water, and then we don't have access to that disposal field potentially if Rooster Run is no longer interested in utilizing our recycled water. So anyway, that was a mouthful. I apologize, but I wanted to kind of touch on some of the push-pull aspects of this negotiation to try to come down to something that we felt was sustainable and that was amenable to all sides.
Thank you. Does that answer your questions, Councilmember Healy? Okay, and Councilmember Barnacle, did you have follow up on that, or do you want to go ahead?
I do have, that was helpful. Thank you, Brian. So under the current recycled water rates, they still can use the potable wells, correct?
They can, but they have a minimum of recycled water they need to take, which was intended to do what Brian said, and that was preserve an aspect of the importance of Rooster Run's recycled water use for purposes of disposal of recycled water when the city can't discharge to the river. So that's and as a disincentive against using wells when they need to take recycled water, but as well addressing to some extent the fact that the recycled water during the season when the city can discharge to the river is a valuable commodity that needs to be carefully allocated among the users of the recycled water.
Thank you. So I have two concerns with this. It's not the rate on the recycled water for me. I feel like knowing the history of the recycled water program that a lot of these early users were there in good faith. I think that jumping users up from $13 to over $2,000 per acre foot is, we might as well just not give them a lease, or expect that golf's going to be outrageously priced in Petaluma, or that they're not going to use our water. I think across the board we should be looking at, recognizing the partnership that early water, recycled water clients engaged in with the city. The thing that sort of gets at me is the whole inclusion of Audubon International in there as the management practices. I'm looking at their certifications right now, and I just am not seeing anything it's green lodging, green hospitality, signatory sanctuary certification. I don't see anything about like actual best management practices for groundskeeping. And I'm not seeing certifications that they're progressing towards. And I'm wondering why we wouldn't just put in the city's to be finalized integrated pest management plan. This is city-owned property, and I feel a lot better in approving this lease, even with the recycled water rates, if we were using the city's integrated pest management practices to manage city-owned property. That was sort of the root of my comment about Fife Estate earlier. I'm sure if something comes out in our integrated pest management plan that is overly cumbersome for Mr. Coombs, we'll be hearing back the way we have already a couple of times in my short tenure on the council. But I certainly don't want to turn over Audubon International to be deciding how Petaluma manages its property. And I think that's, if we should be using our best practices that are being developed. So that's my 2 cents. The only thing that I'm sticking on right now is the use of not using the city's integrated pest management practices.
I can briefly respond to what our discussion was about that. The prior draft did have the adherence to the city's own park standards. Mr. Coombs objected because they weren't done and we couldn't provide them in a reviewable form, so he couldn't assess what the potential costs and operational impacts may be. So we were at a disadvantage in terms of sort of, permitting the review of what those impacts would be, but we did start with that actually in the draft.
Okay, I'll say this, Eric. We've been, I think, going through COVID, we've been a good faith partner to the golf course. I think we recognize the amenity that they provide to the residents, the high schools, things like that. And we've shown that if there's a hardship, we're willing to work with him in good faith, because we want to have affordable golf in our community. So, you know, that is, you know, I hear the concern about not having the process done, but he doesn't have to comply with it right now because it's not done. So, and if it is, we've shown that we're a good faith negotiator in working on those things. And that's, I'd expect that as we look at our partnership into the future, that's the, you know, we're going to continue to negotiate in good faith. And we can assume that, you know, we can use our best management practices for, and move forward on that. So that's my 2 cents. I won't support it unless we're using the city's integrated pest management practices, because from what I can tell from Audubon International, they don't even have any standards for managing the grounds. Like, or if they do, I don't understand what they are.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Posake, followed by, well, actually, before I call on you, I see that Drew Halter is here, so he probably wants to respond to what Councilmember Barnacle had to say.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And, you know, I appreciate your points are well taken, as well as the Councilmember Barnacle in our public comment. You know, I want to ensure, you know, all council and staff that, you know, the intention in incorporating the Audubon Cooperative Sanctuary Programming into the lease was, as Eric mentioned, a way to bridge a gap before an integrated pest management plan is truly implemented. And I want to assure council, the intention is to involve the Rooster Run Golf Course and their staff into the creation of the IPMP. And there are site interviews scheduled in the next 2 weeks, and the Rooster Run, as our LED contractors, as other stakeholders, are going to be involved in that process. But this sanctuary program was never meant to be misleading in its name. And I understand that now, how Audubon's name in the forefront of that can do exactly that. So counterproductive to our effort. But really, what was most appealing to me in making this recommendation for you all tonight was the ability for the first time to really put the environmental planning piece up ahead today, which is to start with the benchmarking that's needed to assess really what management practices exist now, you know, where are our gaps, what's unique about our courses. And the certification program is really more education focused, and there are 6 elements towards accreditation, but it's really to start that work with this lease and move us towards a direction to when the IPMP is ultimately adopted, we can be in a good situation to understand, you know, where we are, kind of a head start. And so just wanted to clarify that, and obviously I can answer any more questions, but appreciate, and I do hear your feedback.
Thank you very much. Okay, Vice Mayor Posake.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I should probably just, you know, come out there and say that, you know, I am probably the only occasional golfer on the city council, although I never tried to defend it in as something we can keep doing over time. On the other hand, I'll say my experience is certainly that golfers are going to prove to be at least as resistant to change as anyone else we deal with. Having said all that, I agree with Councilmember Barnacle that we should move towards the IPMP as that becomes available. I also think that it's worth pursuing a little bit of research on some of our parts in terms of this Brown golf course. You know, I've heard a little bit about that. Haven't heard of anywhere in California doing that, but I think that's worth pursuing as well. And I think we have to, I don't know what we can do, but I think it'd be worth also pursuing anything we do with Rooster Run, that we try to encourage the local country club to get into it as well. I know that's different. There's no purple pipe there. There's no control as we have to some degree over Rooster Run. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I guess at this point, I'm counting. So this is a question for staff and maybe Mr. Coombs as well, is where do we go from here on this item of, the pest management plan being incorporated into the agreement? I mean, I can understand why someone wouldn't want to agree to terms and conditions that don't exist in totality at this point. On the other hand, I understand the position of the four people that have spoken. And since we're all apparently confessing about our golf history, I do occasionally play golf. I would not call myself a golfer. Maybe once or twice a year. And the one thing I do know, though, is I do know a lot of golfers over the years, and they're going to play. And how often they play depends on who they are and what their time commitment is. So they're going to play somewhere, and I would hope that they would be able to play on a public course in Petaluma and continue to do that. I think it is an amenity that's important for this community for its recreational needs. All ages. The high school teams play there, but it tends to be an older sport, but not totally. So I'm looking for a way to get a solution to this so that we can move on and relieve our city staff of having to keep coming back on this particular item, as well as council, because it is, and I will make a motion to go past 11 in the middle of my conversation, because just notice it's 4 minutes up, so.
Well, and I'm very appreciative that you noticed that, because I was not noticing it. So is there any opposition to going beyond 11 o'clock? Seeing no one raise their hand, and Councilwoman Fisher had it up ahead of time. Okay, we will.
So, yeah, so I do have a question of staff. Where do we go from here? How do we get this fixed?
So who on staff wants to look at that?
Eric, did you want to chime in on potential suggestion?
Sure. You've heard, I don't want to belabor, the council has heard the different things we're trying to balance, and Mr. Coombs is trying to balance, his attorney's trying to balance. And one of the biggest really is, and what has given us, quite frankly, what has given us an occasion where Mr. Coombs really has no choice but to work with us on major updates to the agreement, the recycled water, et cetera, because he's under he's really relying upon the forbearance of the bank right now in choosing to not foreclose on the mortgage of his lease interest. And that's because of the bank's interest, and they have to be satisfied by as Brian mentioned, the terms, the risk factors, and Mr. Coombs' attorney has, I believe, done a good job working with them so that they're accepting of what we've worked out so far. And I don't know. Well, what's been communicated to us, and it makes sense to me, is that they are going to have concerns about cost factors or risk factors that are unknowns, as banks often are wont to do. And I don't know if it's acceptable to the council or not. This is kind of working things out on the fly, but one of what got us to this point under the Fifth Amendment, as Brian mentioned, was an agreement to negotiate in good faith on a new lease in anticipation of the balloon payment coming due. And one approach we might be able to take is similar to that, would be in addition to the terms that the council has seen about maintenance standards in section 13.9 would be potentially an agreement for the parties that they will agree to negotiate in good faith once the city's IPMP is completed on implementation of that in the lease, which, that's pretty squishy, I recognize. But at least at that point in time, it would be possible to assess what the potential costs and operational impacts are, and to see if we can implement it, or to what extent we could reach agreement on that in the lease document. So that's not that's not some amazing solution, and I'm not feeling super creative about it right now. But that's one approach we might be able to. As I said, I wasn't trying to whine or make excuses. We assumed that the council would want to do that. The disadvantage we have is there's not a lot of substantive we can share about what the IPMP is going to be, which is what led us to the version we have now. But it'll be interesting to hear what Mr. Coombs thinks about that possible approach.
Yes. And actually, I was thinking that it would be a good time to call Mr. Coombs in to answer some of, or at least state his position on this before we start a second round of council members. So if Aaron, if you could allow Mr. Coombs to speak.
Mr. Coombs, you're not allowed to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you. I understand the concerns and certainly listening to the concerns. A couple of background again, one of my masters is in wastewater and water quality. And so therefore the golf course irrigation is all recycled water. Currently at this point in time, approximately 50% of your wastewater is still being discharged to the river. So you actually are mandating me and asked me in my last round of negotiations in 2005, would I spend the money, get off groundwater and go to recycled water, which I agreed to. That was an ask. I did not need to do that. That was a part of the partnership, in essence, that we had created together. Even at this time, we serve a valuable purpose to you. And again, as was stated, it's really kind of unique. You want me to take some, but not too much. And I understood that. And we spent a lot of time with staff, Jason, and everyone looking at that and making sure that we were bracketed. There was a penalty if we took too much during certain times, years, and all those kind of things. And so, again, wastewater, for example, in Windsor, all of their wastewater goes to either the geysers or a golf course or irrigation. None of it goes out of discharge. At that point, then that becomes much more problematic in terms of its use. I know of nowhere where they're doing brown golf courses. I'm sorry, I didn't want to speak to the speaker that said that. Certainly golf courses have gone brown during a drought. Golfers hate it. I've not engaged the golf community because I watched what happened in Santa Rosa and 4,000 people signed up and they became very angry and they started doing signs and all sorts of things that I don't find valuable when you're trying to negotiate an agreement with a public entity. Too many voices can make as much confusion. So as to water, that's where I think we are. I think we found a good spot. As to the language Eric spoke to, I believe that I think Brian's comment, you have been a good partner. You have been fair with us. You have listened to us. And I will agree to language that says, we didn't bring up the Audubon group. That was not us. That was brought up by staff. I didn't know that group. We looked at it and thought we could comply with it. Our current lease doesn't have anything like that. It didn't have anything in those regards. And so some language, reasonable, standards to be included for golf course use, to be negotiated as part of the IPMP. If that gets us through and get this done tonight, then I will go with it and I will convince the bank that I'm going to figure out some way to make it work.
Madam Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you. I said, thank you. Please don't leave because there may be more questions. So
I'm never leaving.
thank you. Okay, so
Madam
on,
Mayor, I hadn't finished my comments, if I may.
yes, I was just going to go back and I can't see you on my screen, but I know you're there. Yes,
I
there
am.
you are. Okay. Okay, so Councilmember King, yes.
Yeah, I'm not leaving either, at least not tonight. My other comment was I was satisfied with the remaining terms of the agreement, including the wastewater usage. I appreciate the staff's negotiation on that. It is a substantial increase in cost, and I think on the balance, I think that makes sense. And I would like to hear what my colleagues think about the language or the potential language that's in there that the city attorney has suggested. I do think it's important that we retain this amenity for the community. And if we're talking about environmental concerns, although I do still believe that most people will be driving EVs in 10 years, golfers, if they don't have an access to a golf course in Petaluma, will be driving elsewhere in this county to Marin County and beyond to play. I mean, people who actually golf regularly. And I think, and we don't know what those courses have in terms of their integrated pest management programs, what impact it has on their golf courses, what water use they're using, et cetera. So something for all of us to consider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Fisher?
Well, I'm going to start by saying I have 2 sets of golf clubs in the garage and spent years taking lessons and used to play with my family. Haven't played since I moved here, but it was how we got out into the green when we lived in Los Angeles in a big city. So I'm very familiar with which side of the club to use. And I do want to see this as an amenity, and I do want us to be really conscious of, how we're meeting our, again, I keep repeating this, how we get to our 2030 goal. And I would like to see stronger language in there, not only about the IPMP, but also, when the last drought hit, we had a number of golf courses all over the state that re-looked at that, like where they had grassy areas, because there's lots of grassy areas in most golf courses that don't need to be there. They can be drought tolerant plants because you don't want to be hitting the ball out there anyway. So, and the use of probes and things in the soils to make sure that you're not watering where you don't need to be. So I think there's more management that we can ask for in this to sort of strike that middle ground in terms of, having a golf course, but having one that's managed in a way that really uses our resources wisely and, and hopefully creates soils that will actually absorb water when it actually comes from the sky. So I'd like to see stronger language in that regard if I'm going to support this.
Okay.
And I know that's hard to do at this late hour. But.
Well, I'm going to jump in because I'll just keep the order going. I have nothing to confess about golfing. It's golfing and I are too. But some of my best friends are golfers. I'll put it that way. But at any rate, this whole question of change, and I do believe that this golf course is an amenity, and I would like to see it continue. But having said that, how we're looking at change and how we're discussing this is not always, I think, being done very fair-handedly, because the city had to change on the percentage it was getting from the golf course when the economy tanked in 2008. And so that was a change. That wasn't something that we agreed to, but the city also has changed, and taken less. So the taking less hasn't only been on the side of Mr. Coombs. And, 16 years after signing up to use the purple pipe water, that's quite a long time. That's almost the exact time, 4 years short of the lease. So, I don't think that it is the hardship that is being presented as. I am concerned about it, and I would like to see some kind of wording that there's a quid pro quo or some kind of you need to move to our integrative pest management program when it is developed within a very clear short time limit. And the not doing that is going to have an effect on how much water you get, or because I do think the water needs to be negotiable, because I don't think we can say that no matter what going forward, all this water you can have forever. We may not be able to do that in good conscience. So, I do think this needs more work because, it is 11:10. But I do think there has to be a commitment to the integrative pest management program. And in nowhere in that in the lease did I see anything that said that the proposed Audubon program was an interim program. It was just presented as this is how we're going forward. So we can have an interim, but we need to have a very strict date on where we're going forward. So Councilmember Barnacle, followed by Councilmember Healy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the term that comes to mind for me is significant hardship. Something like the leasee or operator shall use the city's integrated pest management plan for course maintenance. As of the day of this, it is not currently, finalized. In the event that complying with the integrated pest management plan can create a significant hardship, parties agree to negotiate in good faith. That's the kind of thing that would make me feel comfortable with that. On the waterfront, I kind of feel like we're between a rock and a hard place in terms of like our negotiating position, because they have wells. And if they're not using our water, they're going to use their wells. And so I don't see where what leverage point we have there. Maybe something, I'm just trying to think of what kind of incentive we could provide to cut water use in a drought. And it would probably mean we take less money per acre foot, instead of 4%, it's 2%. And the person can become that much more profitable by, or as golf fees go down, their costs go down. I don't know, but I'm struggling with how to thread the needle on anything water related. And I think this just goes to the problem we face in water. But it seems like we have a solution with the integrated pest management plan, and I'm totally fine having some off ramps in there to come back and discuss, alternative compliance pathways or something. But I'd like to get this done tonight if we can.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy, followed by Councilmember McDonald. You're on mute, Mike.
Keep doing that. It's after 11. So thank you. And I'd also like to get this done tonight. When I put my hand up, I was going to ask the city attorney if he could propose some process-oriented language around the pesticide issue. But I guess I'm curious now if Mr. Coombs would find Mr. Barnacle's suggestion to be a way out of this, and if that's acceptable.
And let's go to Mr. Coombs and see if you could let him speak. Aaron?
Mr. Coombs, you now are able to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Yes, thank you. given the hour and the amount of time that we've all put in, which has been over about the last year with staff, I would accept Mr. Barnacle's language as long as that's the only change.
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make that motion.
Okay, so there's a motion by Healy, but we have two hands up as well. So Kevin McDonald. You're on mute.
Rather than repeat all the pros and cons, which we all agree to, I'll second the motion.
Okay, Vice Mayor Posake.
I'm in favor of the motion as well. Thanks.
Okay, fine, thank you. So is there any more discussion? I'm not seeing any. Okay, so Councilmember Barnacle.
I haven't confessed about my golfing habits yet. I'm a frolfer, so that's it.
What is that?
Frisbee golf, disc golf.
Oh, okay. All right, so we have a motion by Healy and a second by McDonald. So
And council, if I'd just like to zero in on Councilmember Barnacle's language to make sure we've got it. Which I think it was that that the lessee would agree to be subject to comply with the city's IPMP, subject to good faith negotiation between the parties in the event that causes a significant hardship, I think was the language.
That's something along those lines. Yeah, there were 3 sentences basically that they shall comply with the city's IPMP. As of today, that document is not finalized and adopted, we can just say, right?
Right.
And in the event that complying with the IPMP creates a significant hardship for the lessee, parties agree to negotiate in good faith for alternative compliance pathways. Something along those lines.
So Councilmember Barnacle, did you mean to keep in or just not mention glyphosate, or where does that fall here?
The glyphosate fix, that's in there. It wasn't to take anything out necessarily, but just as that's the overarching premise.
What about the Audubon standard? Does that stay too? It includes it. Right now it says a comparable agency, but maybe we'd want to say comparable standard.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that if Rich is okay with those concepts, I think especially if I have a little bit of license to maybe clarify a little bit, but I think we can be quite true to those concepts.
Do I need to give you the license to clarify in the motion, or do we need to give you that in the?
If you just say substantially, language to reflect that the lessee will comply with the IPMP. That's not yet developed, but once it is, and that if that results in significant hardship, that the lessee and the city agree to negotiate in good faith regarding alternative compliance.
Yeah.
Okay. We've got the Granicus, so we can make sure we don't.
Okay, and once again, I'll ask our moderator to see if Mr. Combs is okay with that wording.
I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So with that, we have a motion, as I said, by Healy and a second by Councilmember McDonald, and we will do a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
No.
Councilmembers Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
No.
Ely,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2. Mayor Barrett and Councilmember Fisher voting.
Okay, well, thanks everybody for doing all the work, and hopefully this will go well. So we are now on to general public comment. And I will pass that over to our moderator to see if there's anybody in the Zoom audience who would like to speak on general public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll begin a 30-second timer. Those wishing to participate in general public comment must raise their virtual hand and wait to be called on by the moderator. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. Countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. Microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. At this point, we have 2 speakers with their hands raised, so we will do 3 minutes. First speaker is Josh Simmons, followed by Chris. Josh, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you. Good evening. I'll keep this really brief. Lots to be proud of tonight. Putting general public comment at the end of the meetings is brutal. Have a good night.
Any further comments? The next speaker that we have is Chris. Chris, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Hi, Council. Christopher Neugebauer here. I want to congratulate you on the progress you've made in adopting district elections this year. You've done wonderful work on an impressively short time frame, and thank you for that. I know you've heard a lot on the subject. I want to draw your attention to one important piece of unfinished and thus far unscheduled business on this subject, which is that there'll be a redistricting process in advance of the 2032 election. I believe that this current council is in a unique position to make sure that future elections are protected and equitable in the same way as this districting process was. I want to refer you to the experience of redistricting on the council level recently, which you may have not paid attention to. In short, we saw an independent commission appointed by the county with specific goals of improving equity and representation across the county. When the commission presented their preferred map to the county, it did not meet the personal political goals of one supervisor, and the Board of Supervisors were quick to reject the independently drafted maps and created their own that met the political goals of the supervisors. The equity goals that the county had set were not met because the supervisors, vested in the shape of their own seats, valued their own jobs over the hundreds of hours of volunteer public input that the board-appointed commission had performed. This has been subject to a legal review that shows the subsequent amended map was adopted in a process that violated the Brown Act. I expect that in 9 years' time, when Petaluma needs to redistrict, most of you on council will have turned over due to the districting process having its intended effect. The people in your place will have political motivations to sway a redistricting process in their own favor. It would be a shame if the experience we felt at a county level were to repeat itself at a city level. I hope you recognize the opportunity you have to ensure that our district electoral process remains independent for generations to come. I have a proposal for you to consider. Create a standing commission for redistricting and electoral matters and work to ensure that is free of political influence. Such a commission should have powers to design and adopt maps without the influence of a future council, which will be made of people who are directly invested in the shape of their own districts. I hope you consider all options up to and including a city charter amendment codifying such a commission and its powers. This will be a question that I ask of all candidates for council and mayor in the upcoming election, but I hope it is something that you on the current council, free of the shape of districts, understands to be necessary work to fulfill these equity goals that the initial districting process has been designed to fulfill. I believe this council is better placed than any future council could be to enact that. I hope you take up the challenge, and thank you.
And Madam Mayor, that is the last general public commenter that was in the 30-second time frame.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll close general public comment, and I will See is city council comment. I'll start with Council Member McDonald.
Thank you very much. On my committees, well, the Planning Commission met, and we heard all about the the general plan visioning tonight. The PBAC did not, but I do want to make a little announcement there that Bike Petaluma will be hosting a bike parking at the Butter and Eggs Parade. And both they and the parade are looking for volunteers, so sign up. So arrive the easy way, arrive on your bike. And then I want to give a shout out to Know Before You Grow for their continuing public education. This week, they're presenting nationally known CEO of America Walks for a talk called Improving Walkability in Petaluma. That's Wednesday at 7. I think it'll be a great add to all of our active transportation efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Healy.
Thank you. I've got a few things briefly here. First of all, the Legislative Committee of the Mayors and Council Members Association met last week and reviewed a bunch of bills of interest to cities introduced in the legislature. And just to highlight a couple of interests, the group did send in a letter of support for SB 837 by our own Senator Dodd, which would provide money for planning for microgrids to help us through public service or public power outages. And a couple of others I wanted folks to be aware of. AB 2808 would actually ban ranked choice voting anywhere in California, including in charter cities. I was not expecting that one. I don't know what its prospects are, but it's sponsored by a Democratic Assembly member out of Long Beach. And then AB 2179 is another of these big stick housing bills. This one would prevent cities not meeting their RENA targets from collecting development impact fees on certain types of projects. So the legislature is certainly busy. And then secondly, the Water Supply Coordinating Council met this morning. The WAC will be looking at its April 4 meeting at either approving or not approving the draft budget for Sonoma Water for the next fiscal year. Normally they come and present to us in the run up to that meeting. That didn't get scheduled this time because our next council meeting is the evening of April 4. So I guess we're not going to have that normal opportunity this year. Somehow that got dropped through the cracks. What I can tell you is that what's coming up through the TAC is a proposal for a 6% increase in wholesale water rates this coming year. I expect that to be what we see. And I don't know if anyone on the council wants to, I guess we would still have an opportunity to add this to our workshop next Monday. I don't know if that's something staff wants to do. It was offered by Sonoma Water today. And then a couple things that have come up. These aren't liaison reports, but a couple of continuing issues. In the interest of transparency, I would support making public some information the council has received in closed session over the last year, because I think they're both of great interest to the public, and the reasons for keeping them secret really no longer seem to hold water to me. One came up tonight from a member of the public, and that's why the city is paying money for a flooding event on East Court, and how general that issue is, or if it's a really particularized issue. I think at this point, I would support, in the interest of transparency, making that public. And then earlier tonight, we adopted district maps. And the reason for that, of course, is that the council received in closed session again an analysis showing racially polarized voting in this community. And that's something that the public has not been able to see. And at this point, there's no reason why they shouldn't be able to see it. So in the interest of transparency, I'd like both of those to be made forward. I don't know what the process is for doing that, but I would support waiving the attorney-client privilege on both of those matters. And then finally, at our last meeting, there was, I think, a consensus on the council that our community needed to do something, and do something quickly, to show support for Ukraine. And I haven't seen anything come back on that, and I was hoping the city manager could talk about that when this gets to her. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Barnacle?
Madam Mayor, my one appointment that was scheduled, Music Parks and Rec Commission, was canceled abruptly. So I do not have any updates.
Thank you. Councilmember King?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do not have any liaison reports since our last meeting. The Sonoma Clean Power, however, did support the Dodd bill that was mentioned by Councilmember Healy earlier in the comments. And I do believe the city manager does have some comments with respect to supporting Ukraine. I think she and I communicated on it today, I guess it was. Maybe it's yesterday at this point. And with regard to the idea of disclosing some of our close attorney-client communications, if anything, we should probably have that discussion in closed session and let the city attorney advise on any potential issues related to that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Fisher?
Thank you. Did have 2 liaison assignment meetings. Sonoma County Transportation Authority and the Regional Climate Protection Agency, joint agency, met and approved the Vision Zero plan, which I hope that we can bring before council on an upcoming agenda. We also approved a landscaping feasibility plan contract for the 101 corridor. So they're finally looking at how that landscaping is going to look going forward. So I'll keep you updated on that. And then I also got an annual report on the Safe to Schools program, which is quite interesting. Apparently they collect a lot of data from our school, from our kids and where they're coming from and so on. So we need to get our hands on that. And then Climate Action Commission met and we received the same presentation that we received tonight on the general plan visioning products. And we had a report out from our ad hoc committees. We have 4 now ad hoc committees on looking at what the theory of change is that we have to reach carbon neutrality by 2030. And also I thought maybe I should start just reporting really briefly on Cool Petaluma and just letting you know that our team did train the March cohort. So another 50 Cool Block leaders that will be starting their Cool Blocks. So I think we're going to start seeing some real momentum. And then I had a question for the city manager. And I saw that Scott Ranch is coming up and I wondered what the status of the final EIR is. So I have plenty of time to read it. Thank you.
Okay, I think she can get to that in her report.
Yeah.
And Vice Mayor Pusake.
The only meeting I had was one of the Continuum of Care board where we heard an update from our strategic planning consultant, Home Base, mostly with respect to their work with stakeholder engagement and what they'll be proceeding to offer more information on how we deal with our data that we receive on how our homeless group is progressing in terms of what we can offer to groups that aren't producing as good results to help them get better results, or how we can move money from one group to another group if we feel that they're doing better. So that was most of that discussion.
Thank you very much. And I will just make an announcement that the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, which has been under the leadership of Jack Broadbent for the last 18 years, is going to be looking for a new executive director in that Mr. Broadbent has announced his retirement. So that's going to be a big change in our air district and throughout the 9 Bay Area counties. And with that, I will ask our city manager if she would like to make a comment.
Thank you. I believe, Chris, would you like to give an update on the Bellshell Bridge and the lighting installation this week?
Yeah, absolutely. Good evening. Happy to share that our staff's been hard at work getting the necessary LED rope lighting ordered. It's going to be multicolor, but we can select, of course, the green and the blue. We expect to have that up here this week. The shipment, I believe, comes in tomorrow, so we're real excited to get that up.
It's yellow and blue.
Oh, sorry, did I say, I'm sorry. Yes, yellow and blue. Of course, it's late. My apologies. Yellow.
Thank you.
And in response, Councilmember Fisher, I don't have our planning director here tonight at this late hour, but I will circle back and report back to council with the status of the EIR. And those are my only comments tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, I would like to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Carolyn Tennyson, who is a longtime member of our city school board. She died recently, and she will be missed. So with that, I will adjourn the meeting. So good evening.